Okay, it is 10 o'clock. I am going to call this County Commission meeting to order. And Andy Chapman, can you please lead us flag?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Manager, will you please lead us into public comment?
Roll call.
Roll call, excuse me, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Okay, Von Hartung is absent today. Vice Chair Alexis Hill.
Here.
Bob Lucy. Kitty Jung. Present. Jeannie Herman.
Okay.
Is here. Eric Brown.
Here.
Nate Edwards.
Present.
And I'm Kathy Smith, Chief Deputy Clerk. We have a
Thank
quorum.
you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Mr. Manager, will you now lead us into public comment?
Certainly. Item 3 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comments limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
First up, we have Beth McMillan.
Welcome.
Good morning, Manager Brown, esteemed commissioners. For the record, my name is Beth Macmillan. I'm going to rush through this. I'd like to thank you so much for all of your support all the time. And I'd also like to thank Nancy Lewinhagen for her board support that she has on Art Town and for the podcast opportunity that she's afforded Art Town. This year, we will not be at Rancho San Rafael, but Dragon Lights will be. They'll be all throughout the Arboretum. We will be back at all of our venues, including Hawkins Amphitheater. We're including UNR this year and also Idlewild Park as well. I am here to show you a sizzle reel so that you can see what we're going to have throughout our community in less than 2 weeks. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing all of you very soon.
Thank you, Beth. I'm excited about Art Town. Next up.
Tracy Hilton Thomas, followed by Wendy Leonard.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Romans 8:6, the mind governed by the flesh is death, but the mind governed by the Spirit is life and peace. It is absolutely baffling how our society has become a world of feelings versus reality. We distribute participation trophies rather than acknowledging unique abilities. There is an overwhelming movement attempting to replace reality with make-believe realms and environments that there is little room for sanity, a sanity which now appears to be evaporating from our own county operations. I was excited to see hope for our traffic in District 4 under item 8E2. I ask that you please share further detail as the referenced resolution appears to be missing in action, or maybe we are just to pretend it exists. I also see you have successfully completed another round of negotiations with your bargaining units. And as history has always proven, the sheriffs have once again received a more favorable lump sum than everyone else. Can someone please explain to the public why the deputies are receiving an $1,800 lump sum payment when the dispatchers are only receiving $500? Do you think the deputies can do their jobs without dispatchers? Or technology services maintaining their radios, or the maintenance yard servicing their vehicles, or the payroll clerks ensuring they get paid? Do you have any clue about the tensions this creates between the officers and the civilians up at Parr Boulevard when you approve this stuff? Lastly, but certainly not leastly in the insanity, is item 18. Are you out of your ever-loving minds? Do you even think when you're writing this stuff? As the item states, there is already adequate resources to help employees with their feelings. In no way should any of our taxes be protecting any employee for sticking their foot in their mouth or shielding them from any accountability for their actions. This concept is beyond subjective and once again intended to protect select groups and will never be applied equitably. You already used your positions to stall lawsuits until you've bankrupted the opposing party. We, the taxpayers, do not need to bankroll this disgusting practice any more than we should have had to pay for the underhanded campaign tactics recently attempted in our courts. Now there may be a need for direction to the committee as to how to handle these situations, which I am sure psychologists can be helpful with. But this plan, as written, will only land the county in another incline debacle. It must be rejected and sent back to the committee for amendment. Thank you.
Next up, Wendy Leonard.
Thank you. Commissioner Herman, congratulations on your win in the recent primary. I'd like thanks guys. I'd like you to keep in mind that 54.6% of Republicans voted against you. I'd like you to take that seriously. It is something that speaks very loudly to the fact that many of the public and many of your constituents are not happy with the job you're doing. I sit on the North Valley's Citizens Advisory Board. For the last 6 months, citizens have come to you and asked for you to put a radar sign in Golden Valley in front of the high school. You've taken no action. The county does have funds for traffic calming. The county as well has a policy on traffic calming, and I would recommend that you actually utilize that and put that in place and try to get us the measures that the public are asking for. Silver Knolls Park is not being watered. The Parks Department has chosen to stop watering the one park for our citizens in that area. The children have no place else to play. If you're unaware of this, it means, again, that you're showing that you're out of touch, and I would like you to do your job and to get that fixed. The RTC came to us and told us how exciting it is that the Lemon Valley interchange has rocks planted and how wonderful those boulders look. Well, when I look down south, I see wagons, I see statuary, and I see landscaping. You sit on the RTC as an alternate, and somehow you think that that's okay. So I'm here today to ask you to please remove Robert Beadle's hand from your rectum long enough to stop being
Please
puppeteered.
make your comments to the commission as a whole.
To stop being puppeteered
Please,
and to
please
do
make your comments
job.
to the commission as a whole.
To the commission as a whole, I would like to see Californians who are wealthy, who are doing nothing more than trying to control local politicians, be ousted from this area. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you all for everything that you do.
Next up, we have Christina Sherbrooke.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christina Sherbrooke, and I'm a Washoe County resident. Thank you for allowing me to speak here this morning. I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 18, which I think is a horrible idea. We have Article 1, Section 9 of the Nevada Constitution from our Bill of Rights, and it gives us liberty of speech and the press. Then we have the U.S. Constitution, the First Amendment, free to express ideas and information. We can express our ideas even if unpopular or unsavory. I say no for Washoe County, for a Washoe County agency, a comprehensive employee program to be used to spy on possibly our citizens and to penalize our people and our organizations here in our county. And I believe if you at any times would have personal attacks or threats against you, you may use the same system that we, the citizens, are afforded to use, and we use our private means as well. So I suggest you do the same. I think it's wrong to use our monies to protect yourselves if you make mistakes. Thank you.
Next up, we have Larry Chesney.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Larry Chesney. I live in Palomino Valley. I'm the publisher of Pecan Press Media. Pecan Press's founding principles are to report to the public unedited events based on public record, not innuendo or rumor. It appears that Agenda Item 18, Comprehensive Employee Support Plan, is to expect the taxpayers of Washoe County to pay to defend and support the malfeasance of Washoe County employees that cannot use the normal channel services of the district attorney or the in-house public relations organization. Washoe County employees enjoy several benefits related to mental health matters. The Workplace Violence Committee is also available. Public scrutiny comes with being a public official. Let's face it, the vast majority of all county employees will never be publicly scrutinized. The target for this agenda item is public records requests and the scrutiny that comes with them. The named personnel in 99% of the media accounts are leadership roles of policymakers, and the courts have long recognized these employees as absolutely subject to public scrutiny, criticism, and comment. That's why they're paid at high levels, to compensate them for high-level decisions and the scrutiny that comes with it. I find it reprehensible that you, elected representatives of the taxpayers of Washoe County, would even consider such an egregious proposal. This is nothing more than a slap in the face to the taxpayers. I furthermore find this an implied threat to the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Like it or not, Pecan Press and the news media is here to stay. We shall be around long after you politicians are gone. If you don't want your employees' mismanagement and malfeasance to be reported on, I suggest you think twice about your actions in the future. Otherwise, game on.
As a reminder, we cannot have disruptive behavior in this chamber. Madam Clerk.
Next up is Elise Weatherly.
Good morning, Elise Weatherly, Washoe County resident. I just wanted to let you know that I wore ugly clothes today. I wore jeans with a hole in them. I wore my booze t-shirt because today's topic is going to be about betrayal. Let's go over a few things of betrayal. Let's talk about double standards. Let's talk about John Orr. Let's talk about Paul Orphan. Let's talk about false friends. Let's talk about HOAs. Let's talk about Darlene Ferrin. Let's talk about the state of Nevada and their NRS 116 statutes. Let's talk about NDOT, the judicial system, the medical system, the voting system, and a girl named Sam. Let's also talk about the fact that the former things will be remembered no more, which puts things in an interesting perspective, which makes it so that I'm not so afraid to lose my life or lose my job or lose my friends if I tell the truth. Okay, so my project, which will be with Tom Gordon, is called Hypocrisy at its Finest, the Bitterness of Betrayal. For all the times that I have been stabbed in the back in this community, at least I got some really good songs out of it. I got to meet some really good musicians, and I found a studio that's like a sanctuary. Let's talk about John Orr. He was a guy that taught arsonists, techniques to fight it. Come to find out, because of a detective that was paying attention, he was the one setting the fires in California. It was because of this man that we trusted that a 4-year-old boy was killed in a fire. John Orr set the fire. How about Paul Orphan? I think I've mentioned this before. I knew him from grade school. I knew immediately that boy was mean. And then later on, here he comes to embezzle millions of dollars from this community. And why did nobody speak up about it? Probably because they were afraid of losing their job if they told the truth, because that goes on a lot here. When I went to work for the El Dorado, I was a little bit cringy because I saw some laws being broken. So I had to make a choice. Do I speak up or do I hold my tongue so I can keep my job? I decided to go ahead and speak up because it wasn't right and it wasn't fair. Guess what? They kept me on for another 22 years. How about homeowners associations? How about NRS 116 statutes that they can file a $1,000 fine against me, which I'm going to have to fight, when you should not be able to accuse people of breaking the law unless you take them to court? That would have been easy enough, right? How about the judicial system, who won't seem to tell me why a person was nominated to do child support stuff when I don't think he's on the side of the child? That's just my opinion. Can that be heard? Yeah. How about the voting technique? I went down to the reservation to vote, and a band there wanted me to give him the documents so he could enter it in. I go, no, I want to, do it myself. And he made me promise I wouldn't vote again. And I go, okay, I'll make a promise. Who's going to keep it? A lady with dark hair and very golden hair went, it's a felony. In other words, if I didn't keep my promise, I was breaking the law. That's enough for today. My time's up. Thanks.
Next up, Bill Neal.
First of all, I don't think that applause at the end of a speaker's speech is disruptive. I think interrupting is disruptive. I think the things that you are doing is disruptive. I think depriving people of their freedom of speech is disruptive. We have NFL owners fining their coaches because they state an opinion. What's come to our world? I don't know. I don't know what gets you folks, for example, to sell out your communities, sell out your country, sell out the people that are sitting in this room. I don't know what it is. Is it so you can have a shiny new car? Is it graft and corruption? Is it a sincerely held political ideology? It just doesn't seem to make any mistake or any sense to me. I mean, I would think it was a joke, but you're fairly humorless people. You certainly act like godless people at times. You know what? There's nothing more sacred in this country than the Constitution. But yet you guys just rip it up and use it for cleaning rags. It's disgusting. Now, I don't know Eric Brown from Adam. He seems like a nice guy. But I'm just watching him from the side. And I don't know why his name is all over this 18. Is it because he's an idiot? I don't think so. Because he's corrupt, because he's controlled.
You need to make your comments to the commission as a whole, sir.
I'm asking you, why is it that his name is on this? And why are all of you guys talking in these terms? Why do you keep doing these things? Why do you keep attacking the people, the people, the people? We, the people, are the ones that run the world, not you. And that's worldwide, not just the United States. This employee, protection fund, that's not for the employee. That's to silence us. We know it. You know it. You know we know it. And it's
No
disgusting.
clapping.
Clap away.
No clapping.
Next up, Nicholas St. John.
For the record, Nicholas St. John. I sent in through Washoe 311 a report called the Provisional Voting Anomalies, Errors, and Irregularities of the 2020 election, general election. I want to know, did you guys all get it? I know you can respond because it's part of what we do here. Did you guys get my report? You guys can't answer? Are you serious? It's a yes or no. Did you get my report?
I'm happy to take a recess.
Then take a
we
report.
cannot
You need
have-
to answer us.
I'm taking a recess.
Good for you.
All right. Before we bring up the last public speaker, I'm going to have our manager read the public comment rules again.
Public comment, comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comments limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And as a additional comment, no clapping. This is a business meeting, and I'm looking forward to getting the meeting started again. Madam Clerk, can you bring up the last public commenter?
Nicholas St. John, please.
Okay, Nicholas St. John, still for the record. I still want you guys to answer me, and we can wait through, I guess, number 4 when you guys can answer me. I sent in this provisional voting ballot anomalies, and I demanded in that Washoe 311 that you put me on the agenda so we can actually have a dialogue, which you guys have refused to do with me now since December 15th of 2020. Also, I just came from the Registrar of Voters office trying to go in and watch the certification, and they wanted to put me in the fishbowl. The fishbowl is on the other side of the wall. You cannot even see the tabulator machines. That is not a meaningful observation. I had some questions. Heather refused to even answer my questions for the concerns that I had, and even to watch that from any kind of place. For some reason, she decided that the manager and herself had the ability to tell us where we could and could not stand during a certification. I've been in other certifications. You are free to walk around and look at these machines as much as you want. You can talk to anyone who's doing the certification, and to throw us into a fishbowl where we're not allowed to interface, ask questions, that is not meaningful observation. So right now, I'm asking you guys to stop the certification until you get that clarified so that we, the people, can come in and make sure that we certify these machines that's meaningful so we can see what's going on. I have a number of scenarios I want them to run. I cannot do that from the fishbowl, and therefore you are depriving me of my rights to make sure that I have interaction with the certification of our election. Either guys can do that, or you can take a stand again that you don't care about whether this election is free and fair and whether we have certifications that are valid or not. You guys can applaud.
Next up, we have Michael Clark.
Good morning, Michael Clark, for the record. I wanted to talk about an article I saw in this past Sunday's Reno Gazette Journal. I know a lot of folks don't read the paper anymore, but it was a very important article talking about the election. And Fred Loken, professor from Truckee Meadows Community College, says, there have been a lot of turnover among Washoe County Register of Voters. Current Register of Voters Dina Spicula is on indefinite leave, and that election problems have been reoccurring. It's a department that needs an analysis, an analyst to come in and assess, because something is seriously wrong. No registrar of voters office should have as many problems as this one over the past 10 years. There are some endemic problems to that. What I want the folks to know is this is a 10-year-long problem. 10 years. You know, over the years, I've had a lot of management courses. One of the classes talks about management, and there's a new term for you to learn today. It's called unconscious incompetence. That means you don't know what you don't know. And that's what's been on display here for the last 10 years. We have 10 years to fix the register of voters, and we can't seem to get it right. I've been voting for over 50 years. The election was a week ago. We still don't have an answer on the election outcome. This is unconscionable. When Jeannie Herman brought forward some information, wanted to share and modify the election process here, she was vilified, picked on, accused of doing things that weren't correct. We've had 10 years to fix this. That's longer than most of you have been on this panel, and it still isn't fixed. When are you going to get it right? Inconscious incompetence. You don't know what you don't know. Hire somebody, find somebody, direct somebody to fix this. This is a mess. You should be embarrassed. The treasurer's office wouldn't be operating this way. The assessor's office wouldn't operate this way. The sheriff's office wouldn't work this way. The DA's office wouldn't work this way. Honest to God incompetence. You don't know what you don't know. And then you go right back to the county's playbook is we're always right, you're always wrong. You get your spin doctor to tell everybody everything's fine, there's nothing here to see. It's wrong. It's a mess. It needs to be straightened out. Thank you.
No clapping.
Next up, we have Nichelle Hull, followed by Mark Newman.
Good morning, members of the Board of Commissioners. Please enter my comments into the public record per NRS statute N4 241.0351D. My name is Nichelle Hull, and I'm a Sparks resident. And today I'm here providing public comment to strongly denounce Eric Brown's recommendation, his recommendation to use taxpayer funds to pay for a, quote, comprehensive employee support plan, end quote, without the expressed implicit approval of those affected taxpayers is not right. And it's an abuse of power of position. Not only that, it's an abuse of the Washoe County residents, the taxpayers who fund your position, all of your positions. How dare you create some kind of slush fund without our approval to go after us? Why? Because we don't approve of the job that you're doing? In the private sector, when a person doesn't do a good job, what happens? They're written up. Maybe they're demoted. Maybe they're fired. That's the real world. I don't get a slush fund. I don't get some fund to protect me if I'm not doing a good job. I would get terminated or corrected or, you know, whatever the case may be. So when the county residents come here and they correct, you know, they verbally, strongly, you know, disagree with something being put forth like this item by Mr. Brown, that is not harassment. That is not violent. That is not breaking a law, according to the Attorney General, because that office isn't going to take on any of these trivial matters. I mean, you know, all of us are accountable. All of our actions are being witnessed by a higher power. And everything that we do is seen. Even though you may not want it to be transparent, you may want to do things quietly, it's seen. You know, and I just urge you guys to really take stock and really reflect.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark Newman, followed by Mike Broderick.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Mark Newman. I'm here today to ask your support in Washoe County Planning Commission at large north of the Truckee River. I put my name in for the application when I was on vacation. Golfing, I got a call, so hopefully it went well. I was on a golf course trying to talk and play golf. But I've been a longtime Washoe County resident. I've lived here since 1962. I've volunteered with the Sky Tavern Junior Ski Program for over 20 years now. I'm still active in that. I'm on the Citizens Advisory Board for Sun Valley. I'm also on our board for our HOA. And I'm currently working with the Senior Center in Sun Valley to try to get them up to date. And hopefully I get fans up there delivered pretty soon. But you guys all have a great day. Thank you.
Mike Roderick?
So I've only been here once before, and that was enough to make me want to show up every Tuesday. I don't have a lot to say. I think, and I would like all my comments on record, though. I put it on the paper, but just want to make sure that's apparent to y'all. I'd like to echo what Bill Neal said. I'd like to show that I echo what Nicholas St. John said. And unfortunately, Michelle Hull did not get to finish what she was saying, but I echo that as well. I am denouncing this recommendation from Eric Brown. And I just don't think he's the one that came up with this. But that's my personal opinion. You got it. So here's the part that I wanted to remind all of you about. I'm going to read off some names. You tell me if it rings any bells. Dario Herrera. Mary Kincaid Chauncey. Aaron Kinney. Lance Malone. Nobody? Those are Nevada County Commissioners that have been sent to prison for fraud, racketeering, and corruption. And the last part of the statement that they were sent to prison for, quote, depriving the Clark County Commission and the citizens of Clark County of their rights to the honest services of public officials. Minus one person up here, you're all guilty of it. And I look forward, because you pulled me out of my job, my business, and making money for my family to be here. So I look forward to it very soon.
Next up, we have Cliff Nellis.
No clapping. No clapping.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Cliff Nellis. I've been a resident of Washoe County since 1974. First of all, I'd like to thank Jeannie Herman for her service. I apologize for those rude comments that woman made. And I really like Robert Beatles. I recently have seen his list of things that would cause this election not to be certified, and I'm shocked by it. But I want to also add my voice to the people speaking against this item number 18. I don't really see the need for this either. And I want to remind you that on the federal level, law enforcement is very selective. It's against the conservatives and the Republicans, like Roger Stone. 20 SWAT team members show up at his house, and they could have knocked on his door during the daytime, but they did it at nighttime with CNN cameras rolling. And this recently happened to Dr. Simone Gold of the Frontline Doctors. She happened to be on January 6th, so they did the same thing to her. And my fear is that if funding is given to this, it'll be some type of a similar type thing that will progress in the future to something like that. And I don't want to see the federal deep state brought down to my local county. I want to keep on my county real people that are connected to the people. And and I got other complaints too. And that one lady, she says, like, we need traffic calming. Traffic calming. I mean, we don't need any more roundabouts, guys. I'm sick and tired of roundabouts. They waste gas, and I'm really wondering who's getting paid these contracts. Are these no-bid contracts? Maybe we should do some investigation of that. What we really need is we need more cops. And instead of giving them a 5% raise, how about hiring more cops? I mean, public employees are paid almost double what the private sector are paid now. You know, I won't touch that subject if you guys will look at number 18 there. We don't want public money going to something like this for all the reasons stated previously. And then also, I really want this election looked at. I volunteered in 2020, and I do want to thank Mr. Brown for how he stepped in. Deanna Spicular was going to dismiss all the employees at 5 o'clock Wednesday night after the election. And he pulled everyone from every department in and said, we're going to count the votes tonight, so that's great. I'm glad he did that. I don't know why he's being set up in this situation as the fall guy for this $150,000 funding against the people. But the solution is...
Thank you.
Next up, we have Vance Rushing, followed by Janet Butcher.
I'm going to read something from you as a ruling from 1964 at the United States Supreme Court. Those who want our independence believe that the public discussion is a political duty and that this should be a fundamental principle of the American government. They recognize the risks to which all human institutions are subject. But they knew that order cannot be secured merely through fear of punishment for its infraction, that it is hazardous to discourage thought, hope, and imagination, that fear breeds repression, and you folks are instilling, or at least trying to. That repression breeds hate. You're seeing that today. That hate menaces stable government. That path of safety lies in the opportunity to discuss freely supposed grievances and proposed remedies. And that the fitting remedy for evil counsels is good ones. Believing in the power of reason as applied through public discussion, they eschewed silence coerced by law, which apparently is what we are here for. The argument of force in its worst form, recognizing the occasional tyrannies of governing majorities, they amended the Constitution so that free speech and assembly should be guaranteed. Thus, we consider this case against the background of a profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and it may well include, get your seatbelts on for this one, vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. I served 20 years in the United States Navy, and what I see up here is the antithesis of what I was supposed to have served. You people shame me, with the exception of Jeannie Herman.
Mr. Rushing. Mr. Rushing. Mr. Rushing, may I have your document, please?
Which one?
Who's up next, Madam Clerk?
Janet Butcher, please.
Which one?
I'll take your document.
Good morning, Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the record. I signed up to be a poll worker. I got one call. I didn't get called back. My husband did, and he did work as a poll worker. I'm not sure if it's because I put down that I had a computer background that they didn't want me anywhere near. But I went in as a poll watcher, and when I walked into the Sparks Library, the manager there was really excited. She thought I was a poll worker. They were understaffed. Why were we understaffed? And then I have a lot of other comments to make about the election. Like at the Sparks Library, there were 10 stations. At no time, except for one, were there more than 3 people at those 10 stations with a line of 20 to 25 people in the background. And then I wanted to bring up, a couple weeks ago, one of the commissioners haughtily said, and I thought it was rather an irresponsible and heartless comment about if you can't absorb $50 in additional gas, obviously doesn't understand economics. That $50 in extra in gas in your gas tank is not all that happens. As that increases, it increases all other costs. The average household is experiencing right now $460. You guys might be able to absorb that. I probably can absorb that. But there are people out there on fixed incomes that cannot absorb that. That's a very, very irresponsible comment. Also, the clapping thing, really and truly. You guys have people come up here and you clap for them. It is a control thing. It's ridiculous, silly. But if it makes you feel powerful, awesome. Last but not least, I want to say hopefully I'm around here for 18, but that is, I really hope that you say no to that. That is just beyond any comprehension why you would ask us to pay if you're not doing your job.
Next up, we have Timothy Burke, followed by Lisa Fleiner.
Regarding the clapping, it is hard to hear who is up next. We are trying to conduct an orderly public comment. Please stop.
Next
Madam
is
Clerk?
Timothy Burke, please.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Don't really have all that much to say other than I am opposed to number 18, agenda item number 18, and I like what Tracy Hilton Thomas, Larry Chesney, and Nichelle Hull had to say about it. So that's pretty much it. I think it's an abuse of power and that it is using the public funds to attack the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Lisa Fleiner, followed by George Lee.
Good morning. I'm asking the County Commission to vote no on number 18. Please put all my comments on the record, please. I understand you want to protect your employees by monitoring the domestic speech of U.S. citizens. You also want to accept those federal dollars, the money that each one of us in this room pay to erode our First Amendment rights to free speech. So I have to ask, what are you so afraid of? The truth? The truth about the validity and the security of our most safe and secure election? Is it the truth about the origins and effects of COVID-19 vaccines or the efficacy of masks? You know, historically, Pontius Pilate once asked Jesus what is truth, but he washed his hands. You know, Jesus answered, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through me. So what is truth? It's the word of the Most High God, Elyon, the exalted God. For the word of God is alive and active. It's sharper than the double-edged sword. It penetrates the soul and spirit, the joints and marrow, and it judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart. You know, there's a plaque in the Bible Museum. It reads that perhaps no other book in the history has had a greater impact than the Bible. It is the most widely published book, read by people in thousands of languages all over the world. In some cultures, its stories, its expressions, and ideas are so thoroughly absorbed, they seem almost invisible. So, why the Gestapo efforts to silence those who disagree with you? I say Gestapo because my grandfather fought against Mussolini, the black shirt fascists, and the Nazis over in Italy. They knew they weren't on the side of truth, so what did? They silenced, they intimidated, they imprisoned, and they killed those who opposed them. Do you too want to fall on the wrong side of history? Remember, you're only helpful as long as you're helpful to those who are organizing this worldwide collaborations to silence the majority of the people. Once your usefulness has expired, you'll end up on the same side as us, in those same gilded cages that you're trying to build, and you too will be subject to the same mechanisms that you unjustly and unconstitutionally are trying to apply to us. I volunteered and worked election day at Whitehead Elementary School as a ballot intake person. You know, it's interesting, in this election workbook, there's nothing mentioned about a ballot intake person. There's no mention of how to set up the bin, the process, the computer for it, nothing. I was just told verbally on the spot what I needed to do. And I counted those ballots. I coincided with the computer. And then also I handed them off to my manager who locked them up. But then I don't know where the chain of custody went after that. I don't understand. As a ballot intake person, it seemed like I should have been able to watch that to fruition, where it was seen by 2 people. Thank you.
Next up is George Lee, followed by Wayne Gordon.
Good afternoon. Well, good morning. George Lee. I live here in Washoe County. I rise in opposition to item 18 because it is a slush fund to protect public workers who, a guy runs over a dog and the guy's owner, the owner of the dog, wants to sue him. This is going to stop that person from being able to sue him because he knows there's going to be $150,000 waiting to protect that person. It's the fact that this item is protecting people for actions that are outside their job. That's not for public, disbursement of money. This is wrong. It's even suggested. It's wrong because you're using public funds for personal use. People get put in jail for that. Yeah. And that means that if somebody sues you guys for doing that, for passing that, you're going to have that $150,000 to use against them. There's something very, very wrong about this. Anyway, I stand in opposition to item 18.
Next up, Wayne Gordon, followed by Chris Ingston.
My name is Wayne Gordon. I'm a resident of Reno, Nevada, Washoe County. And I would like my remarks recorded to the record. And first of all, I want to know why it's okay for somebody to come up here and attack Miss Herman individually, but it's not okay if they asked you a question. Why is there a double standard here? A few weeks ago, I came before you, I think it was about 6 weeks ago, and I mentioned that the payment, the cost of a lawsuit that was filed by one of the commissioners should be paid by the commissioner, not by the residents of the county of Washoe County. And here, a couple of weeks later, a month and a half later, we have item 18, which appears to be going to say we're going to pay for it out of county funds. We're going to protect the person. That's just absolutely wrong. That's practically right off the top graft. I think, first of all, you guys never took up the item of whether or not to require the reimbursement of all the costs for both sides of the lawyers for that lawsuit that had no business being filed in the first place by your commissioner. Second of all, I came here a month ago, 4 weeks ago, and I brought up an item that had to do with the number of deaths from fentanyl, and that we should do something about it, specifically ask the federal government to close the border to all these people bringing fentanyl, trafficking youth and so forth. And instead of getting an answer to that about talking to the federal, we got a dissertation on having a new law about the use of fentanyl, that it would be prosecuted as a drug, and presumably that the deaths would be cause for murder conviction. You guys don't listen at all, do you? I'm not sure why. And the last thing I want to do real quick, I'd like to know why we're giving lump sum payments from $500 to $1,800 in items 12 to 16. What's the purpose of that? Is that a bribe or a payoff?
Next up is Chris Ingstrom, followed by Larry Ingstrom.
Good morning. My name is Chris Engstrom. I live in Mogul. I'm not here to speak about item 18, but I'm not sure I can sit all day to wait till item 22. So I am asking to, you did the right thing when you denied the grading of the parcel of land in Mogul, because there's huge traffic concerns. I appreciate you all listening and hearing us, because we had concerns about that traffic, the bullying of the developer, not following the rules that have been set in place for the developer to speak to the community. There's all kinds of questions as to who even owns the land, but you will hear more about that when we get to item 22, if I can stand being here till then. But in the meantime, please know that what you did was right. That land should not be developed to the extent that is being proposed. And I know the grading is just the beginning of his process, and it's probably trying to wear us down and have us come for every little issue that the developer wants to do. But there's lots of questions. The traffic is awful there. It cannot handle trucks and businesses in that intersection. No one's taking responsibility for who would deal with that traffic and the safety of the people that use that five-way intersection with 2 train tracks and no train dinghy things. And the area is also being developed by the county, which is great for the river, and a business of that extent would not be work with what the county and the people are seeing of the development of the river, which is to keep it natural and allow for recreational use, allow for the bike trail to continue with being in cause traffic or cause problems with all the traffic and trucks. And most importantly, the I-80 West on-ramp is unsustainable as it is. It's very unsafe. It's not up to code. And so adding that much traffic to that would be whose problem? And so please can thank you for what you did earlier, and I hope you continue to work for the people of Mogul. Thank you.
Next up, Larry Ingstrom, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Hello, my name's Larry Engstrom, and I am here also as a resident of Mogul to speak against the grading permit and further development of that area. We've lived there for 30 years, and it does not, the way that residential community has developed over those years no longer fits the zoning for a large business there. It would really disrupt what has taken place naturally and organically over these last 30 years. It is a completely residential area with a lot of kids whose safety would be compromised. And there's the intersection, as Chris just mentioned, is already not up to code and unsafe. And there's a lot of foot traffic that goes on there. It's not wide enough to support that. And the overall traffic level that would be coming in there there are a lot of bicyclists that come in. We're working on establishing that as a real green area and a recreation area. And in addition to the bicyclists, the increased amount of traffic would be very dangerous. And so I thank you also for your decision last time and hope that you repeat that decision and support the earlier ruling. Thank you.
Next up is Catherine Snedeker.
For the record, I'm Catherine Snedeker, and I want this put on the record in accordance with NRS 241.035D. On April 11th, I found my friend who had died in my barn. I knew I had to call 911, and I knew that the sheriff's department was coming, and I knew that they were going to treat it like a crime scene in the beginning. When I found my friend, I had taken 3 or 4 steps into my barn, saw him, turn around, walked out. That's as far as I went. First patrolman to show up was Deputy Hawley. I gave him all the information I knew about my friend, and then he asked me for my identification. I said, "You have my name. You're at my house. That's all you're getting. I need your birth date. You're not getting my birth date. You're acting suspicious." "No, I'm not. I'm just not giving you my birth date. I don't have to." Sheriff's deputies need to know they have boundaries. So when that didn't work, it took about 45 minutes for the first patrolman to show up. Then it took about another 40 minutes or so for the Deputy Detective Brady to show up. So she came over to my door, knocked on my door, I talked to her, and she said, "Okay, I need your birth date." And I said, "No." She said, "I have to have your birth date." And I told her, "No, you don't." And she said, "You give me your birth date or your phone number." Give her the phone number because they already had that. Then I go out, or she tells me that the coroner is going to be coming. I'm going to speed this up. Coroner didn't come. I went outside. They'd been there for 4 hours, 5 hours. She told me if I was impeding her investigation, that I could not record her, and that I better get back into my house or she was going to rope off my entire property and do a thorough search of my home, and I would not be sleeping at my house that night. What the hell is wrong? They put up crime scene tape, about 12 feet of it. I was outside the crime scene tape, and that deputy had been there for 4 freaking hours, and she couldn't tell it was a suicide by then? The patrolman knew the minute he rolled up. I'm going to do something about this assault. I did file a verbal report with a deputy on the phone. They have done nothing.
Next up is Penny Brock, followed by James Benton. Penny Brock?
Is the overhead on? Madam Chairman, is the overhead on, please?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. For the record, I am Penny Brock, a Reno resident. I ask that my written remarks be entered into the record per NRS 241.035D. Free speech is fundamental to freedom in America. The First Amendment to the Constitution says we have the right to speak freely, associate, assemble, publish, and petition the government. Government and society can't be improved without free speech. Equally important are free political speech rights, help to protect every citizen from abuse of governmental power. Free speech can mean the difference between liberty and tyranny. Today, our free speech rights are under assault by County Commission Agenda Item Number 18. This seems much like Biden's Disinformation Governance Board, headed now by Kamala Harris. This was done by a presidential memorandum establishing the new Disinformation Governance Board Task Force, which describes a sweeping mission to protect people who seek out a role in public life from its critics. Unelected County Manager Eric Brown is recommending a similar disinformation board called the Washoe County Workplace Violence Committee. Mr. Brown will become the disinformation czar of Washoe County and head this board for Washoe County. It's an outrageous recommendation, and agenda item number 18 should be pulled. Some elected politicians and unelected staff seek to stifle dissent, quash opposition, and expand their power. They want to do this by passing laws or recommendations that aim to suppress and limit speech about government staff, elected officials, and so on. This would threaten citizens' privacy if we speak or join groups and impose heavy burdens for organizing. To further their agenda, some organizations and governmental agencies want powerful politicians and boards to decide what speech is acceptable and what is not. Such limit makes it difficult or impossible for those with differing views to make their voices heard. If we cannot speak, others cannot hear our ideas, consider them, and act. The result is a democracy that is less vibrant, less dynamic, and less free. Free speech for all. That is our constitutional right. The county commission or an appointed board does not have the right to take away our free speech from citizens of Washoe County. It would be a violation of the United States Constitution. The First Amendment of the Constitution says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or the press or the right of the people to peacefully assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Please pull agenda item 18 from your agenda. Thank you.
Ms. Brock, may I have the document, please? Next up, we have James Benton, followed by Robert Beatles. Thank you. Okay.
Good morning. James M. Bentham for the record. I'm having an article passed out by Kevin Dietrich, Communications Director, Nevada Policy Research Institute. In this article, new state voting laws mean less control and process. How hard is it to vote in Nevada? Not very hard, at least by historical standards. In the past, the Nevada legislature codified a law that allows voters to cast ballots without proving identification. The state now allows ballot harvesting, a former felony, which enables individuals to collect and turn in ballots on behalf of other voters. Both changes, initially undertaken on a temporary basis in response to COVID-19 pandemic, can undermine election integrity. On page 2, near the end. Within polling places, there are many controls in place to ensure that all goes according to plan. But with many hundreds of thousands of votes coming in either through the mail or being dropped off by individuals collecting them from voters, control has been lost. Chain of custody, the chronological documentation or paper trail that records the sequence of custody, control, transfer, analysis, disposition of materials, including physical materials such as ballots, is broken when those ballots are cast beyond the polling place. It takes just one bad actor stealing ballots or forging signatures to damage the integrity of the process. The question remains, is the risk of malfeasance worth the purported increase in accessibility? The chain of custody is very important in court cases. When there is no chain of custody, well, what happens to the evidence? That'd be a good question to ask your legal department. When there is no chain of custody, what happens to the evidence? Does the jury accept it on its face value? If not, what happens? I believe it is thrown out, not credible. Oh, also I want to point out that I oppose item 18. I support Nicole Hull and the previous speaker on their comments about 18 being abusive. And here I have an article about voter fraud. Thank you.
Next up, we have Robert Beatles, followed by Valerie Fianacca.
Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. You know, it's funny they say that I'm from California, but I've been here since '95. And they say that I'm a right-wing extremist, but I'm a constitutionalist, and I believe everybody's vote and voice should be counted equally, just like my great-uncle Ben Franklin did. Now, I'll make this brief because I'm supposed to be speaking in about 10 minutes on the other side of town about the corruption of this board, except for, of course, Jeannie Herman, our Mighty Mouse. Thank you. But it's strange because I'm addressing this board, and I know at least two of the people here should not be up here, and I can prove it because there's a $30,000 challenge showing that Burke Bigler and Baker should be up here, not Hill and Hot Dog. So it's strange that I'm even having to address, you know, the people that are here. But item 18 essentially gives power to the corrupt. It gives literally Mike Clark sues Kate Thomas, and then item 18 comes up. So it seems that they're using the taxpayer dollars against the taxpayers. And it's funny, if you all just did your jobs like I said from the very beginning, you would have the support of the people, and you wouldn't be getting sued or need to sue anybody. But the beauty of lawsuits are what's called discovery. And all of you, aside from Herman, probably have a lot to hide, much of which I know about. Discovery is the enemy of corruption, but the best friend to truth. One just needs to know where to look, and for the most part, I do. Bottom line, what you're trying to do is steal the taxpayers' money with both fists. You're trying to steal from our county and our money, and then you're trying to steal our money again to cover up the corruption. All of this, according to my attorneys, is very illegal if you pass this vote. If you try to cover your corruption personally with tax dollars, we hope to see you all in orange jumpsuits, little onesies. You've gotten away with this corruption so far, but I promise it's going to end. Agenda item 18 is a slap to the face of every Washoe resident. If you simply did your jobs properly, constitutionally, as I said all along, you would have the support of the people. Instead, stolen elections have consequences, as we see here. Baker and Burke Bigler should be here, not Hot Dog and Hill. And remember what I told you. I'll spend millions of dollars to get you all out of office, either through other candidates or through resignation or to help make sure that the corrupt people get behind bars. So, one down, two to go.
Next up, Valerie Fianacca.
No clapping. I didn't hear that name.
Valerie Fianacca, please.
Stop it. No clapping.
Are you ready?
I'm taking a recess.
Please don't.
Stop clapping.
For the record, I trust that you're a good gentleman because Jeannie Herman has told me that you are, that you're an honorable person. So I suspect that what you're doing with item 18 comes from higher above, and it has money attached to it. Federal funding, perhaps, I don't really know. I haven't had time nor energy to research thoroughly, but I can tell you, I have personal experience with violence. I don't come before this body very much. I don't have reason to. I do, however, go to every school board meeting that happens until my injuries. Because of that activism, and it's polite activism, I've had Antifa sitting on my doorstep, literally, physically. When you call the police, and that's with my grandchild in the car, my 2-year-old. When you call the police, they don't come for that. But yet, I paid for the private investigator to find out who's sitting on my doorstep. I pay if I feel like I need protection. I'm intimidated. I'm intimidated at my business online. I'm intimidated. Who pays for that? Me. If you're intimidated, you should pay for that. I don't intimidate you. I don't send you hate emails. I don't expect that most of these people here send you hateful emails or physically intimidate you. We have a right to march on the street if we don't like what you're doing. We have a right to come here and address you if we don't like what you're doing. It's our right. It's a First Amendment right. I absolutely respectfully ask you to take down item 18. You're using our money as a weapon against us, and it goes against every fiber of my being, every fiber of my being.
Next up is Donald Fossum, followed by Kenji Otto.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that there's a profound difference between how Beatles handles your asses after they're exposed and what was stated here earlier. And thinking of asses, I was happy to attend the rodeo for 4 days. Our rodeo is spectacular. And here's how an event works. After you ran off on us, I compared your behaviors as broncos and bulls. Here's how an event works. A cowboy gets on either a bronco or a bull, and he straps on, and the event is scored in this way. When the gate opens, if the bull or bronco lays down, no score. If the cowboy gets bucked off, no count. You've been behaving like bulls and broncos by either laying down on the job or bucking us off.
Next up is Kenji Otto.
Can I have the overhead real quick? Well, this has been quite a commission meeting. First off, I would recommend to all of you watch Tortured for Christ. It's about a Romanian priest or clergyman that tried to fight off the socialists, and I'm sure Ms. Hill would be well aware of the socialists and the Marxists since she's acting like one. I spent 20 years in the military learning about communism and Marxism, and I sure as heck can identify a Marxist when I see one. So, and thank you for letting me temporarily running your meeting and making sure there wasn't any violence in the area, since you cowardly walked away from the public who own this building and who pay your salary. And I would suggest that you not run when you come up for election. In fact, you might not even have a chance. Ask Mr. Lucy. You do a horrible job, and I want replies to my emails. I'm requesting that this be put on the comment card, the public comment card, as an item to be checked. We have a right
You don't. You work for us. You don't have a right to item 18. You guys make about, what, $66,000. But where the heck is our county clerk who makes over $100,000? And you want to give these people that make over $100,000 stipend for legal fees when they screw up? Give me a break. You people are disgusting. Ms. Herman is the only one who sits on this board that does her job. I know, because I've been working with her for the last few years. And I know what you've been up to. I've had the opportunity to look around. I've been sitting in these county commissioners for several years now. And I don't like any of you. And you all need to go. Well, Bob, you're going to go. Kitty, you're going. And Alex, eventually you will go.
Next up is Kathy Benson, followed by Renee Resendez.
Hi, my name's Kathy Benson, and I don't come to these meetings. You haven't seen me, but when I heard about item 18 going on the ballot. Okay, can you hear me now? My name's Kathy Benson. I don't come to these meetings. I haven't come to these meetings, but when I learned about item 18, I could not believe that you guys were even thinking about voting for that. And I just wanted to voice my opinion that I do not want my tax dollars being spent that way, please. And I am a registered Democrat.
Renee Resendez, followed by Gary Schmidt.
Hello, Renee Resendez. Please put my comments in the record. I don't know why we have to ask that at every meeting. Why don't we just put it in the record? Okay. When Obama ran for office, he gave us false hope in saying that he was going to bring change. But we were so gullible, I wasn't one of them, thank God, that we just accepted that without asking questions. And now we know what that's all about. He wanted equality. Well, he wanted us to be all equally poor. And for you to want us to accept item 18, I think that is very unequal. And it shouldn't be voted on at all. It should just be tabled. But I think if you're going to create a slush fund, then that slush fund should be extended to us so we can all be equally poor, because this isn't right. So Bob Lucy threatened Mike Clark to get out of the race. And if he didn't, he was going to sue him. Well, even though it was on the books and Mike Clark was eligible to be on the ballot, he took him to court. Why? Because our tax dollars paid for that. And that's an abuse of our money. If you were going to sue someone, you should have sued out of your own pocket, not ours.
Please address the full board.
Okay, any of you. Okay, I address any of you. If you're going to sue us or a person because you don't want the competition or whatever, then you need to pay it out of your own funds, not with an agenda, with an item 18 slush fund. So, and as far as Commissioner Herman, I wrote a letter. I went back and forth with Candy from the commissioner's office, and the final verdict was that Jeannie didn't complain about how she was treated. and that was from the lawyer, Nate. And that's because she is not a whiner, okay? But we all see it. We saw it, and we continue to see it. Thank you.
Next up is Gary Schmidt, followed by Kim Toulouse.
Good morning. I believe it's still morning anyway. For the record, Gary Schmidt, and I would like my comments to be recorded in the minutes of this meeting in detail as per the provisions of the open meeting law. Let me first say that I'm categorically opposed to item 18 for all the reasons that have been enumerated here. In addition, the open meeting law states that upon request, copies of supporting documents should be provided to anyone requesting them. There was some substantial delay today when multiple persons requested the supporting documents for item 18. I believe it's a technical violation of the open meeting law. In the past, the meeting is normally shut down, or has been many times shut down, while you scramble around to get the documents that are requested. And in the future, I suggest that you operate that way to avoid viable open meeting law complaints being filed against you. If someone requests supporting documents in this room for an item on the agenda and they're not immediately available, the proper action is for you to take a recess until those documents are provided. You didn't do that this morning. In addition, Commissioner Hill, I know you're relatively new. If you want to check, I believe it was 2004 in Schmidt and Larkin with the Attorney General's office, an open meeting law complaint that you cannot restrict clapping at a county commission meeting unless you place it on the agenda as a restriction on public comment. You can restrict it. You have to place it on the agenda as a rule, and then you have to enforce it uniformly. Nobody can clap for even the items that you might normally appreciate their applause, such as birthday announcements or accommodations or anything else. So it's either all or nothing, and you have to put it on the agenda. It's not on the agenda right now, so the audience is free to clap at will. And in conclusion, let me just say, Kitty, it's been fun. 14 years, or going on almost 14 years. And I trust that you will preserve a portion of your legacy by you're of high moral character and political character, and I trust that you're going to vote against it.
Next up is Kim Toulouse, followed by Hope Beckman.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Kim Toulouse for the record. I'm not speaking on item 18. I am speaking on item 22. The meeting looks like it's going to carry forward well into the afternoon, so I have to go back to work this afternoon, so I apologize I won't be here. I'm opposed to item number 22, which is an appeal of a Board of Adjustment decision regarding the Reno Tahoe Gateway Business Park and the grading permit. First of all, I want you to trust the decision that was made by the Board of Adjustment members who are appointed by you. You appointed those people. You should have faith in the decision that they made. I know several of those board members, and by the way, some of you know, I served 11 and a half years on the Board of Adjustment. I was there. I know how it works. You should put credence into their decision. You appointed them. You should have faith in the decisions that they make, okay? I know that several members of that board walked the property, they visited the property, they listened to members of the community, and they know that this is not an appropriate use. It does not make several of the findings for a decision in the affirmative. The Tahoe Pyramid Bike Trail uses that area frequently. There are no bike lanes anywhere out there. Not only that, there's no shoulders on the roads. I'm going to show you a couple of things here real quick. These are horrible pictures because my printer ran out of ink this morning. Every winter in every major storm, exit 7, particularly westbound, is completely blocked. This is a picture of that. Here's another picture. We face getting on and off of exit 7 is completely blocked by tractor trailers for sometimes days. You can see the sign there. Well, now that one's upside down. Okay. You can see the sign there that says the road is closed going over the pass. There is no truck parking west of Reno anymore. The Boomtown truck stop closed a number of years ago when they built Cabela's. There's no place for these trucks to park, so they park on the highway. We listen to trucks idle all night long in Mogul. Exit 7 is completely backed up, particularly westbound. Did it again. There we go. Well, I'm a little backwards anyway. So, I know I have very little time, but I want you to really consider this carefully. I've lived in Mogul 30 years, okay? 30 years ago, an industrial use may have been appropriate for that area. It's now surrounded by residences. There are 2 trailheads being proposed by Washoe County Parks in the area. It is not compatible with the area. Thank you very much, and I will give these pictures to the clerk. Thank you.
Next up, we have Hope Beckman.
Good day. I'm very disappointed in most of you up here, but very excited to see you go, Bob Lucy, Lingenfelter. Kitty Jung, bye to you too. We just need to get rid of you, Alexis Hill. This is not the job for you. Your constituents don't like you. I fired you. You still haven't left. We all want you gone. Just do what's right and just step away today. You know, don't fight this anymore, because we're not going anywhere, sister. We're going to stay here and make this really miserable. Anyways, thank you, Bob. I'm really happy you're gone. Jeannie, thank you so much for being a great person. 18 is ridiculous. We're not going to sign off on that. It's crazy. This has been ridiculous, the amount of fraud that we saw during this process of the election. We have so much of it on film and shared amongst us all, so it's being a cheater never pays off, does it? We're gonna get you legally, of course. So we'll stay here and keep babysitting till you're all gone. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Oh, and please make sure all these comments are on the record. Great, thanks.
Next up, we have Robert Shepard.
Late morning, commissioners. I'm not used to speaking in public. I don't really have anything prepared, but I have lived in Mogul for 33 years. My kids were raised there. They went to Verdi Elementary, Billinghurst, McQueen, and then UNR. We've been in this community and love it. We have seen commissioners come out before and look at this area and say, no way, we can't build out here. And here we go again. They come right back. My problem is mental health is a big issue in the United States now and the world. We keep this urban sprawl going, keep stepping away from nature. It's going to be horrible for all of us, for our children. And like I said, I just hate to see this happen to such a great place and such great people like we have out in Mogul. Thank you.
No one else has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, we will go to commissioners and county managers.
Item 4 is commissioners and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Do you have anything for us, Mr. Manager?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a few things. First of all, I'd like to recognize Patricia Hurley and her HR team. On your agenda today, items 12 through 17, excuse me, involve the final collective bargaining agreements for, I think, 6 of our employee associations, and a lot of hard work went into that, and I think the agreements are fair. Just want to recognize the collective efforts of the HR team to get that done. Secondly, I'd like to just share that our Nevada congressional delegation has come through for this region in a big way. They released the FY23 community project funding lists for federal appropriations. Included in that were, and it's a total of $12.5 million, leading with the Lemon Valley Hepner 5 subdivision stormwater improvements. Those were $3.5 million. The West Spanish Springs stormwater improvements, $938,000. The Northern Nevada Hope's CARES campus, which is adjacent to the CARES campus, the clinic that's being built there, $5 million. And the South Valley Regional Park build-out, an additional $3 million. I think I would point out that as commissioners, you gave us priorities at the strategic plan workshop back in January that included parks and open space and improving our stormwater infrastructure. And our congressional delegation, once again, has really come through in helping us get those projects funded without having to spend ARPA dollars, I might add. Next, I'd like to point out that as you all know, we will have the canvass of the vote on Friday. The total turnout was 95,000 voters, or about 30% turnout, versus the previous primary election in 2020. Of course, that was a presidential election where the turnout was 33%. The vast majority of ballots, 55,862, were cast by mail. Mail-in ballots are obviously convenient to voters, but they do require additional time to process, and Nevada legislature built processing time into the law when they instituted all mail-in ballots. Yesterday, June 20th, was the final day of curing of ballots, or in other words, verifying voter signatures and other challenges. The canvass of the vote, as I said, is on Friday, and that is the date that the results can be deemed final and official. As the ballot processing and counting is completed, we've taken down the live stream video cameras in the elections office. We first started live streaming elections in the office of the primary election of 2018, and we now consider it the standard for election transparency. The stream averaged about 100 viewers per day, beginning with early voting on May 28th. So I want to say thank you to our video partner, which is WCTV, for making that possible. The next step is the general election in November. Early voting for that election will be October 22nd through November 4th, with Election Day, of course, on Tuesday, November 8th. So I would like to remind the public, one of the biggest ways that voters can help secure a smooth and seamless election is to check your voter registration, confirm that your mailing address is correct, and make any necessary updates to your registration. You can do that by going to the county's website for the Registrar of Voters. If receiving correspondence from us that, excuse me, has the wrong resident at your address, please mark the mailing no longer at this address, return to sender, and the Postal Service will return it to our offices where they can be cleaned up. The last thing I'd like to cover, Madam Chair, is that with regards to item 18, a couple of clarifications. One, item 18 pertains to employees only. So a lot of the comments this morning alluded to the misbelief that commissioners or other elected officials could be protected by this item. That is not true. What we're trying to do is make sure that the rights of our employees are protected. And we've seen situations where the public discourse has gotten increasingly hostile. Yes, we have had situations where county employees, not elected officials, have received death threats, have received malicious and fictitious claims made against them. Some of this has been extremely hurtful to their families. We have a responsibility as an employer to make sure we're supporting our employees in the right way. And it is for that reason that item 18 has been put on the agenda for consideration by this commission. It is in no way any attempt to suppress criticism of any elected official or public official. It is by, just as there are First Amendment rights, this initiative would give our employees, especially those without the wherewithal to retain their own counsel or resources, better ability to set the record straight when things are said about them that are not true. So, Madam Chair, that's all I have for this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Do I have any commissioners who have comments? I see Commissioner Herman. Go ahead.
I would just like to suggest that we maybe postpone hearing item 18 to a different time. Give us time to reorganize it or do whatever we need to do with it and bring it back in a more palatable form so that it's understandable by all. Thank you.
I just have a few quick announcements. I was able to speak to the International Downtown Association West Coast Forum this last week about our CARES campus, and they are so impressed about what this board has done for our homeless population and the results that we've had. So it was a really great opportunity to really showcase what the county's done, and I know that there will be more information and data given to commissioners about how far we've come with that campus. Additionally, the Tahoe Transportation Study is still open, and I really want to hear from both the community that lives in Incline Village and Crystal Bay and also the general population that travels up to Tahoe. I want to hear your thoughts about traffic, multimodal, snow removal, all of the things, parking. So please go to our website, washoucounty.gov, and get us your input. And the Mobility Hub Committee is coming up here on the 27th at 5:30 at the Visitors Center up in Incline Village. So if folks want to attend that, I suggest that you check out the TTD website. Thank you very much. Now we will go to item 5, a presentation. Mr. Manager, will you lead us into that? Yes.
Item 5 is a recommendation to receive a presentation by Holly Gatzke, Area Director of UNR Cooperative Extension, on the UNR Cooperative Extension FY 2023 University of Nevada Reno Extension budget. That's a mouthful, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Welcome.
She was in chambers this morning.
Good morning. Holly Gatzke for the record. I am presenting the budget that we're proposing for Washoe County. I am excited with what we are able to do going in the future. The budget has been growing as the tax roll has been growing, so we have to be creative in that. We're looking at $1.9 million next year for able to do, for us to use for education services for the public. Our budget, state and federal, is sitting down there at 376. I'm sad to say that keeps dwindling away on us, although there's efforts trying to create awareness and build that back up again. The sponsored projects we're projecting for next year is just under 1.2 million. Just so you know, those are things already in the works. We're going to keep looking for funds to match and build those programs that we've got going. You've got the document that shows what our revenue was this year that we're working in or just about completing, and the year before. Just to give you some idea of what we're planning to do with those funds, the regular budget of 1.9 million, most of that goes to personnel, staff on the ground that go out and teach the public. We have a bit of travel, operating, and overhead. I can tell you that we don't have any costs for the building. We own that, and the university actually maintains it. So that's why it's quite heavy on salary, which is where we get the impact. People on the ground work with people on the ground. We only put long-term costs in on the annual tax income that we have. There is a substantial opening balance of just over 2 million, so we have a plan to address that. We are honestly having trouble hiring and keeping up. It turns out I've got about 62% of our staff in the northern area that I've hired on in the last 3.5 years, but I'm happy to say we're just about got all the seats filled, which is tough in this market, but that's what we're doing. And so the contingency funds, those opening balances, we plan to use that in new programming, online education support. We would like to add a children's festival into the community, and that children's festival would be very much focused on health, nutrition, life skills, things like that, that would invite families and their children to come and engage with us, get to know us even more. We tend to spend a lot of our times in communities of need, and so the rest of the public may not know what we're doing and gain some of that information. So we're hoping this children's festival will be broader and available for people. We also plan to do a county needs assessment. It's something that we've been talking about for a while. I'm happy to say that we have a statewide evaluation specialist that can help us frame that up to doing a great job. I'm excited about that because I think it'll not only help our programming, and I'll be connecting with key individuals in the county and cities and the communities to get feedback and move forward on all of our programming in this needs assessment. But we're also looking at creating, say, an inventory of social capital. What nonprofits are doing what, and how do we work together to get the most out of what needs to be done? So I would love feedback from the county and the public of how we can engage to get a map of what is out there and how we can work together to do that. And we will be moving forward in that way. So just so that you have an idea, like I said, most of our costs are personnel. We have actually sourced a vehicle. We've been doing just mileage. So our travel costs are not that, hopefully be down. I actually picked up within the system a van at a cheaper price so we can move people that don't have the ability to move around to programming and get them there, especially the children, get some children up to camp that wouldn't have the opportunity, things like that. So I'm trying to get a system that works more efficiently to have greater impact. Let me see, what else do I have? Just so you know, the proposed breakdown of contingency funds, that can be a little confusing. The top line is a backup for grant risk accounts. What that means is really we can get grants, but often nowadays there's a really short turnaround. You apply for grants, you have an opportunity, and you get notice on the phone that you're going to get that grant. And it's going to start in a short time, but the paperwork and the timing of getting that money often almost lags up to several months after the starting point of when you need to be doing the work on the ground to get things done. So that's just a backup to cover those costs until those grant monies come back. And it really helps us to operate and have our people have greater impact with those grant monies that come in. Our personnel costs are there's definitely some into this contingency fund. Those are short-term contracts to work with people, get some projects going, and work with things. And I'm trying to think of what else that are key things in here for you to know about. I do want to talk about the fact that we're thankful that we're in collaboration with the county on the Washoe County Leadership Academy that will be launching this summer. We've got Dr. Ribore helping out on the leadership side of things, and we're looking forward to the fact that there'll be a course for people to take to learn about what Washoe County does, what is the different departments, what's their duties, how does governing work according to the rules, and providing some leadership skills in amongst that so that people can put themselves into positions within Washoe County or align themselves better, be better educated, and also, go up for election and those types of things. So it's a background basic study, and so we're really, or basic program academy, and we're really happy to be partnering with you to revive that and provide the education from the university side in that mix. Other than that, that's the proposed budget going forward. We will continue our youth programs, both out of school, which we do a lot of in underserved communities where youth are educated in the when they're not in school while their parents are busy off working and trying to make a living. And our 4-H programs are running strong like usual. Living with Fire, all of our programs are still running strong, and we're looking at adding and implementing more, as you know, the unsheltered side of things and all kinds of life skills that Extension can bring into programming. So that's it. Other than the needs assessment, the leadership program, these are the new things that I'm going to be moving on hard this summer as a team. Any questions or comments?
Partnership. You are doing incredible work, and thank you for your partnership with our academy. I'm so excited for that to start up, and I think that for folks to understand how government works is going to be really, really important to the civic engagement in our community. So thank you for your work on that, and can't wait to continue the dialogue.
Great. It sounds good. We've got a lot going. I'm excited. We've been kind of stuck, not stuck. We've been moving what we can, but we're now at the point where I'm moving stuff I wish I could have done 2 years ago. So it's really good to be able to move ahead. Want to stay in communication, make sure that we connect with all partners in the area and do good work that needs to be done. And we will bring a report back to you this fall once we get the data at the year end and let you know exactly what is happening in our program.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And Commissioner Jung, did you have anything?
Just thank you so much for the expansion and partnerships. And I would also strongly encourage you to work with the Reno Rodeo Group, who is looking to create a Western-themed preservation right here at this campus. And I think there's a natural cooperative extension buy-in there, especially with 4-H and the other animal husbandry and showing that we do a lot over here for the students and participants of 4-H. And as a lifer of 4-H, I know it very intimately, and I would never stop funding anything that taught and that is teaching people to be good citizens from age 9 to 19, which is the 4-H program, which I know is just a tiny piece of all that you do, but so greatly important. And we appreciate you for being so collaborative and open to how we can address issues that face Washoe County as partners from the whole community. So thank you for stepping up, and thank you for shepherding this into cooperative extension in a new way that we'll use it in our community. I really appreciate the response.
Okay, great.
Thank you. We'll be in touch. Okay, next up, item 6, proclamations. Mr. Manager, can you take us into that?
Item 6, simply to say, item 6 is to proclaim June 21st, 2022 as Juneteenth Recognition Day in Washoe County.
Thank you.
And I believe Commissioner Jung is going
Yes.
to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung.
In a good way. Hi, sorry, Mr. Manager and Madam Chair and distinguished commissioners. I was just saying hi to my old pal, Julie here, who was one of my first welcoming committees when I wore younger woman's clothes 15 years ago, who helped me learn a lot of the ropes here. And it's so great to see you, Miss Scow, and you, Miss Carano, and you, Mr. Hicks. But I don't think you're here for this proclamation, so. Madam Chairwoman, thank you for allowing me. I am very proud of this new federal holiday, and I believe it is a long time in coming. Whereas Juneteenth commemorates June 19th, 1865, first celebrated in Texas, where on that date in 1865, in the aftermath of the Civil War, slaves were declared free under the terms of the 1862 Emancipation Proclamation, nearly 2 years after Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas Juneteenth is a blend of two words, June and 19th. And whereas Juneteenth, a federal holiday signed into law under Senate Bill 475 in 2021, is celebrated every June 19th to commemorate the end of slavery of African Americans in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth is a day of the profound power of the human spirit in its triumph over the cruelty of slavery. And whereas Juneteenth is a historical milestone and tribute to our country's African American heritage. And whereas Washoe County recognizes the abolitionists, civil rights advocates, activists, public officials, and everyday Americans who have done the arduous work necessary to make the ideals of our founding documents more meaningful for one and all. And whereas on Juneteenth, we recommit ourselves to the work of equity, dignity, equality, and justice. Now, therefore, the Washoe County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim June 21st, 2022 as Juneteenth Recognition Day. And I want to leave you a quote with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., where he says, "Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere." And Juneteenth is a way for us as dignified Americans to recognize a history that is not lovely, but it is still, nevertheless, a part of this nation's history, as well as our responsibility to ensure that we are going to continue to work on being a more perfect union. And the only way to do that is to make sure that the rights are enjoyed by all men, women, and children of the U.S. of A., no matter color, creed, or race. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. And
I don't know who it goes to.
To the clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. Elise
Okay.
Weatherly?
Hi, Elise Weatherly. I just want to make a quick comment on this. Having been in this community for so long, when I first went to the El Dorado, I was just like, they go, well, we're going to recognize this person. Ugh. Oh, we're going to have a recognition day. Ugh. And finally I went, hey, wait a minute. It makes a difference. It does make a difference. I was nominated as Supervisor of the Year at one point, and I went, well, I don't really deserve it. But besides which, I'm not really a supervisor. I'm a salaried employee. There's a great big handful of hourlies and very little salaried. Well, when they recognized us in our own categories, I went, well, thank you. You know, it made a difference. What it all boils down to, you guys, as we know this, is money, all right? A lot of things boil down to, do we have the money to give another holiday? Do we have the money to do some more recognition awards, right? Can we afford it? And we probably can, but I will say, too, that unless we have people taking care of business that know who's doing a good job and who doesn't, then we're in deep trouble. I don't like the fact that there are groups of people based on skin color. I would like to have pigmentation tests. I would be the most beige, white, pasty person imaginable, but I'm sure there's a few other people out there. So I would like to look into the future about how we do group people. And yes, Martin Luther King Jr., he's like my hero. It's not based on color of the skin. It's based on content of character, not the heart, character. So we have to go back and say, well, did I deserve this award? Did I exude the integrity that my position should have done? And then I go, yeah, thank you for acknowledging me for good things. I'm going to make sure I do a better job. And you you have to do a good job too. Otherwise, I'm going to have to say maybe it's time to move on to a different field. So anyway, thank you. Thank you for this, you guys.
Thank you. Any other public comment, Madam Clerk? Okay, may I have a motion on the proclamation, please?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. And I don't see it on the screen, but I think
It's coming there. It was coming. There you go.
okay, thank you. And any opposed? Okay, I think that was unanimous. Now we'll go on to item 7, donations. And Commissioner Jung, may I also ask you to read these into the record?
Absolutely. I love reading donations.
And we have a special guest on item, I think, for
7B
item
would-
7B1.
Yes, we do. First, let's start with 7 Alpha 1. This is a recommendation to accept $10,798.07 for regional parks and open space programs and facilities. So again, this is a community that loves their parks and open space, and you can see that when they voluntarily, as a group, give us $11,000 to continue in one quarter. Remember, these are quarterly reports. So I'm very proud to take that to accept that with this board on behalf of Regional Parks and Open Space. Item 7 Bravo 1 is a recommendation to accept $220,000 from the Friends of Washoe County Child Advocacy Center for the District Attorney's Office to benefit the operations of and programs in the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center. I understand that Mr. D.A. Hicks is here, along with some great supporters and staff, not to mention his fabulous wife who opened this center and is his real secret weapon in elections. I've told him that since the day I met her. And I just want to say to the Friends of the Child Advocacy Center, thank you for our donations. And I want to encourage this board. That Child Advocacy Center is so very important. It's a one-stop shop for a kid who's been sexually molested. They don't have to keep giving their story 7 different times to 7 different adults, which is very difficult. It's one place. They're traumatized only, hopefully, one more time. When they're given their testimony, everything is recorded. There's lawyers watching the forensics. So I would urge this board as we go forward to help Mr. and Mrs. Hicks in that, and the community in that you don't have to go out and beg for donations, because we all know it's no way to run a business or a program by putting our hands out for the kindness of other people here. So I'm just going to give my push for it again. You know you have me all the way on it, and she knows it too. And before you speak, sir, let me just say one more thing. Item 7 Charlie 1 is also the Regional Animal Services donation for this quarter of $9,170.07, and as well as donated towels and wipes, which you know we go through like crazy at Animal Services, with a value of $1,690. And here's the deal. We are so well-funded homeless animals here because the people that live here love them some homeless animals. And I'm proud to live in a community that this is the #1 place to be a homeless animal, to ensure that you won't lose your life because of space. So, Madam Chairwoman, I throw it back to you so you can talk to our DA. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. D.A. Hicks, I'd love to hear from you.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Hill, or Vice Chair Hill, and thank you, Commissioner Jung, for the kind words. And thank you for the entire commission and County Manager for just giving me a moment here to address this incredibly significant contribution or donation to the Washoe County District Attorney's Office. Commissioner Jung touched on it just a little bit, and I know you all are aware and appreciate what the Child Advocacy Center does, but I always have to say something about it. I can't help myself. It's one of my proudest achievements of this county, and I don't take it myself. In fact, very little of it. But the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center has revolutionized, truly, the way we handle child physical and sexual abuse cases in Washoe County, and that's because of its multidisciplinary approach, where we have law enforcement, prosecutors, medical, social services, mental health, all working together to make sure the child victim of physical and sexual abuse has the least traumatic experience moving forward. And at the same time, that we create positive investigations and prosecutions. And we have hit the mark in all of those. As I know you all know, the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center, through its home feel facility and its wraparound services for these child victims, is something everybody in this county should be proud of, and I know many people are. I can say we, since it opened in 2014, have been delivering justice and support for these child victims, and also punishing justice for these defendants that prey upon kids in our community, and that is something that should also be recognized. That being said, that's not why I'm here to tout the success of the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center. Why I'm here is to tout the success of the Friends of the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center. As I also know you all appreciate, is sometimes county dollars are scarce, and you have to make tough decisions as to where those go, and I don't envy that. And the Child Advocacy Center wasn't immune to those same problems. There's always ongoing needs there, and we want to do the very best practices we can. And so as a result of that, after recognizing that need of the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center, a nonprofit, the Friends of the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center, was created in 2016. The board is a combination of dedicated and devoted community members who heard the need of such an important cause and created a plan of action. Thanks to the support of the Friends of the Child Advocacy Center, over the past 6 years, it has raised over $200,000 to support the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center. The board has zealously advocated for positions through the Washoe County Commission and was successful in helping the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center gain new positions, a program manager, a deputy district attorney, and funds to support for another forensic interviewer at the facility. Recently, the Friends Board lobbied and successfully helped pass defining CAC language in the 2021 legislative session, which is a big deal for child advocacy centers throughout the state. What the nonprofit has accomplished since 2016 is truly remarkable. So I just want to recognize really three groups of people and entities in regards to this donation. And first one is the board members and officers of the Friends of the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center. So what I want to say is I sat down and met with all of these individuals 6 years ago and asked them to be a part of this. None of them shied away. All of them jumped feet first, all in, and have absolutely dedicated themselves to supporting the mission of the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center. It's just a remarkable thing. I've heard several people say, as Commissioner Jung said, you got to love living in a community that supports this kind of thing, and this community does. And it's heartwarming. So first, I just want to address the directors and the officers of the board who worked so hard to get where we are with this donation today. And their names are as follows. Chad Felix, Ryan Dolan, Jesse Haw, Cindy Carano, who I'm happy to see in the chambers today, Tanya McCafferty, Amy Chapman, Katie Simon Holland, Lisa Ruggiero, Mike Ponyi, and Julie Scow, who's also present today. That group deserves so much more credit than I know that they would ever want to accept, but really just tireless work. The other group I just want to acknowledge next is throughout the time of the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center over the last 6 years, there's been certain entities and individuals who have just consistently donated money to help the ongoing needs of the facility. And I just want to recognize a few, and that's Nat Caroselli with the Peppermill, the Dolan family, the Stacy Mathewson Foundation, Judy and David Hess of the Hess Foundation, iHook Gallery, Renown, Jim Bowserman and the Foundry, Mike and Stacy Alonzo, and Western Nevada Supply. And then the last group that I want to acknowledge is just the community in general, as I touched upon. We receive the Friends of the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center receives all kinds of donations. Some are very large, like the one being offered today, But they also would receive $25 checks from just random people in the community who heard about the Child Advocacy Center and wanted to help. And so I have to acknowledge just everybody who has contributed to the Friends of the Washoe County Child Advocacy Center over the last 6 years. The Friends Board has a plan to liquidate, which is what has brought us here today. And so with that said, I just ask that I thank the commission for giving me this opportunity, ask that you acknowledge just the amazing community support that has come forward and vote to accept this donation. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. Do any of the board members want to come up and say anything? Okay, thank you so much. And it was great to hear all of those incredible leaders who have supported this incredible center. So with that being said, Commissioner Jung, was that a motion?
Yes, so move for donations. I move to approve.
Oh,
Second.
and
We do have a public speaker.
all right, public comment. Thank
Elise
you.
Weatherly.
Okay, Elise Weatherly, I'm only going to stay here for this one more time because the child that the Washoe County District Attorney's Office allowed me to raise likes to eat lunch. So we'll be going for that. I just wanted to let you know, as far as the District Attorney's Office go, I'm for them. There was a man once that, whatever they want, in other words, whatever they want is good for me. There was a man once that I observed doing a trial against somebody who is a criminal, right? And we walked out of the courthouse after he won, and I was going to give the criminal a CD, you know, one of my wonderful CDs, so that somebody could come and turn around. Well, you know what he said to me? He said, "People are who they are." I went, "What?" So I went, "Does that go with the word of God, you know, that was entrusted to the Jews? Does that match up with that?" Sure enough, it does. It matches up. So what I will say is that I would like one thing for this community to pay attention to, and that's that there are some kids that are bad. Richard Allen Davis used to be a kid. He murdered a 12-year-old. You know, Christina Braithwaite, who was selling my brother's stolen guitars, she was a kid once. She turned into be a criminal. Obama said we can all change, right? And I go, well, I don't think so. The other thing, too, is that I went to the dog park once. Everybody there was so happy and just having a great time. Well, all of a sudden, this guy let his German Shepherd pick up a little dog and shake it. Okay, and everybody there, the humans were freaking out. Now I know what I would do in the future, and that's call, 911. Say somebody's down here letting a dog be abused. How do you gently put that there are two groups of people, and it's not based on color, it's not based on, race, gender, anything. It's based on, do you love the truth? And what I've noticed with the district attorneys and the Humane Society, they actually they love the truth. I had to return a dog to the Nevada Humane Society because it was cuckoo. They didn't want to believe me, but they found out later it was true. I had to return another dog to the Humane Society because it was just too big for our house. I couldn't keep up with the dog, and the other little dogs were afraid. But all I'm saying is that we have to don't assign things globally, please. Let's don't do that. You've got some people that work hard. You've got some people that don't. You've got some people that, some dogs that don't attack other dogs. You've got some dogs that do. You've got some kids that are going to grow up to be kidnappers, rapists, and murderers, and there's nothing we can do about it. And I want to say thank you to the District Attorney's Office for helping me see that truth. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, I'm thinking that carries unanimously. So we will go on to our consent agenda. And Mr. Manager, do you want to take us into that?
Madam Chair, I have no amendments to the consent agenda.
Great. So the consent agenda is items 8A1 to 8H1. And
Madam Chair, if I can interrupt really
yes.
quickly. I would like to highlight a couple items within the consent agenda, if that's okay with you,
that
ma'am.
would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This morning, an item 8E2, We are going to be dispersing a $10,000 grant on behalf of Commissioner Hartung, or I should say Chairman Hartung. The grant will be going to Washoe County's Community Services Department, traffic condition improvements. And so that's going to help all the traffic conditions such as stop signs or lighted intersections or different things with that within District 4. So thank you, Commissioner Hartung, for making sure that that $10,000 grant will go to improving the traffic conditions out in District 4. Item 8E3, Echo 3, is going to be a $63,500 collective grant from Commissioner Jung. $8,400 of grant money will be going to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office for the Stalker rotatable speed alert monitor trailer to use in Sun Valley and other areas within Washoe County to make sure that we're constantly managing speeders throughout some of our high traffic areas. She will be placing $13,913 grant towards Washoe County Community Services to contract with TNT for roadside cleanup along Sun Valley Boulevard. And she will be also using $35,172 grant to Sun Valley GID to replace the pump room and solar panels at the Robert and Norma Fink Sun Valley Pool. Wonderful facility in Sun Valley. They're very lucky to have it. Thank you, Commissioner Jung, for making sure that those improvements continue to be taken care of within Sun Valley. And then finally, she's going to be making a grant of $6,015 to the Office of the County Manager Communications Engagement. This is in Commissioner support to purchase an audiovisual equipment in support of the Sun Valley Citizens Advisory Board. So when the Citizens Advisory Board will meet out at their wonderful center, they will have the ability to display maps and different things and utilize some phenomenal AV equipment out there. So with that, I just wanted to highlight our two wonderful commissioners that continue to support not only their districts, but their community to make sure that people have access to all the safe services available from the county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Lucy, and thank you, Commissioner Jung. That's very exciting. Okay, any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Elise Weatherly?
Then we're
No one
good.
else.
Okay, may I have a motion on the consent calendar, please?
So moved, Madam Chairwoman, and I would like to put on the record for the next commissioner that takes my place, you give Sun Valley what they want. Thank you.
Second, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I don't see anyone opposed. Okay, that carries unanimously. Before we break for lunch, I am going to move up a public hearing because we have folks who traveled a long distance to be with us. So I'd like to move up item 24 for the public hearing and hear that before we break for lunch.
Okay. Item 24 is a public hearing to consider and either approve or deny an outdoor festival business license pursuant to Washoe County Code 25.263 through 25.305, inclusion and associated license conditions for an application submitted by the Incline Village Crystal Bay Visitors Bureau on behalf of the Incline Village Crystal Bay Drone Sky Show Coalition to hold a Drone Sky Show event on July 4th, 2022 at 948 Incline Way. Set up the traffic control will begin at 5 a.m. on July 4th, 2022, and the Drone Sky Show event will occur from 8:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. Event takedown and cleanup will begin immediately following the Drone Sky Show. The community cleanup day is scheduled for Tuesday, July 5th, 2022. That will incorporate community volunteers, Incline Village Rotary members, and partner staff. Event organizers estimate 3,000 spectators or attendees. If approved, authorizes the Director of the Planning and Building Division, Community Services Department to issue the license when all pre-event conditions have been met.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any comments from the board on this item? Seeing none, I just wanted to make a comment that with fire season, just a norm for us here in Northern Nevada, I think that it's very responsible of the Incline Village Visitor Center to take on a drone show, and I think this is a very exciting development, and folks can watch both online and in person. And I'm excited to make a motion for approval.
Second.
Okay, all those in
Madam Chair.
favor? Oh,
We do have public comment.
oh yes, public comment, please. Sorry, thank you.
Andy Chapman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commission, for this item. I was excited when I came in this morning and saw the crowd here that they were all here in support of this change from fireworks to drone show. But given the audience has cleared out a little bit, maybe there was another item they were interested in. But I do thank this group, and particularly your staff in the Community Services Department, for working through us as well. The coalition that we've put together, we did produce the fireworks back in 2019 after Red, White, and Tahoe Blue did have some issues. Some of you may remember that that group came at the very end to get their permit. So we were happy that we got that 2019 event settled and underway. Obviously, the last 2 years have been a little bit dark. But the coalition is the Incline Village Crystal Bay Visitor Bureau, who I represent, as well as the Incline Village Crystal Bay Association, the Hyatt Regency. Michael Murphy, the GM, was here this morning but had to run out, as well as Incline Village General Improvement District and the Tahoe Parasol Foundation. So the cost to do this event is all raised by the community, and I am incredibly proud of our community and incredibly proud of this committee for being at the point of the spear in this change in our region. 2 other organizations on the North Shore on the California side followed our suit after we did as well. So we are excited about this. Anything we do, you tend to have some support and not some support, but we hope to learn a lot from this event and bring it forward. And again, the environmental issues, the safety issues, and really walking the talk and walking the walk of sustainability and stewardship. So I appreciate your review of this item and your hopeful approval in a moment or two. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Oh, anyone?
We have one more.
Thank you.
Michael Murphy? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I don't see anything on the screen, but I think that was unanimous. We are going to go to an attorney-client. Mr. Manager, is an hour enough for that?
It should be plenty, yes.
Okay, so we'll be coming back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone. Okay, it is 1:31. Apologize for being a minute late here. I'm going to call the commission meeting to order, and we are going to start now on our general items. And I think that Commissioner Jung has a block for us.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to put in the form of a motion to put into block items 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19.
Thank you very much. And now I will take it to public comment. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Let me just check, and for the record, Bob Lucy is not present at this time.
Thank
but we
you.
do still have a quorum.
Thank you.
So let's see. 9, 10, 14. I do have public comment on item 16. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's item 18. Let's see. Item 18.
Okay.
First up, we have Tracy Hilton Thomas.
Welcome back. James 3:8. But no human being can tame the tongue. 1 Peter 3:9. Do not repay evil for evil or reviling for reviling. The agenda states where employees are unfairly publicly attacked, harassed, disparaged by members of the public or by political organizations as determined by the Washoe County manager. Fair is a matter of opinion, and everyone certainly has one. Therefore, what measures are you going to be utilizing to determine what is fair? Facebook? The Reno Gazette-Journal? Fair must go both ways. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but words can never hurt me. If one chooses to be offended by words, then that is their choice. If their emotional health is one that is so easily impacted by words, they should seek assistance from a doctor or clergy, not a courtroom. Washoe County already provides an employee assistance program for health and legal services, as well as health benefits. It certainly does not need to be in the practice of encouraging lawsuits for any reason, let alone feelings. There must also be consideration given in that employees are public servants. As such, they have chosen a job that opens them to the possibility of public criticism. No one has forced them to take this job, and there's certainly no shortage of jobs available in our community. Their salaries are paid by the public, which entitles the public to submit feedback and dissatisfaction of the services the county is providing them. Granted, criticism is a hard pill for our mortal flesh to swallow. I don't know one human that enjoys it, much less welcome it. So rather than internalizing criticism as personal, how about actually listening to the criticism as it relates to the employee's actions, performance, or behavior? Why is the knee-jerk reaction here to automatically assume a position of personal offense? These people don't know you any more than you know them. People only know what you allow them to know. Only God knows our full character, and only He has the authority to judge our character. Why are you giving words any weight as to your personal character? They are meaningless. Character is reflected by our actions. Matthew 7:3. Why do you seek the speck that is in your brother's eye, but do not notice the log that is in your own eye? You claim to be unfairly disparaged when you are the ones unfairly disparaging the public. This statement alone disparages members of the public and political organizations as the enemy. How is this fair?
Nicholas St. John does not appear to be in the office. Marcia Bev-Bigla? Oh, Marcia Burke-Bigler's not here. Timothy Burke? Elise, Timothy Burke, are you here? Okay.
Good afternoon. Basically, I'll just say the same thing I said this morning is I think 18 is a bad idea and it works against the public.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I'm sorry. I believe that 18 is a bad idea and works against the public interest. And I agreed with what Tracy Hilton Thomas said. So that's all I got to say.
Elise Weatherly? She's not here. Janet Butcher? Doesn't appear to be here. Lisa Fleiner? George Lee? Ken Giotto? Betty Thiessen? E. Gerskovich?
Good afternoon, Eugene Gerskovich. Please enter what I'm going to say in the records. My observations regarding item 18 of the agenda. It calls my attention that the proposal comes from the county manager and not from any of the elected members of the board. It asks to provide legal and/or public relations support to the affected Washoe County employees as a result of negative or false comments, threats or false accusations made by the public or political organizations in the public domain, social media, etc. In response to the proposal, it should be noted that negative or false comments by the public, same as positive ones, are part of the democratic process and do not need public relations or legal support. Threats of violence are illegal and are dealt by police and not by lawyers. Legal actions by the public employees are already protected by legislation. Illegal actions should be prosecuted and not defended by public monies. If public employees do not like the way their jobs have traditionally been, they have the option to move on to the private sector. In short, there is no need for special considerations or additional taxpayer money to provide protection to public employees. Thank you.
I have PSK Gerskovich. Okay. Susan Van Ness. Thank you. Deborah Yates. Wendy Leonard. Chris Ingstrom.
Hello again. I went home for lunch, and I'm going to speak on item 18 as well as 22 now. I went home for lunch and watched the summation of the hearings going on in Washington, D.C., and I'm here to support item 18 because thank you for the clarification, Mr. Brown, regarding it's for the employees, it's not for elected officials. But in this temperament of this world, and people testifying this morning that they were just election workers and their lives were ruined and mobs entered their house and their grandma's house looking for them and the threats, and they have basically to start their lives over. It's clear with some of the hostility in this room that that could happen to workers that are just doing their jobs, be they election workers or secretaries of whatever, and they're working for the county. And yes, you would think that threats would be taken seriously and monitored by the police, but they're not, clearly, when people can put out political ads about killing other people and nothing happens, or people are threatened because they're doing their job as Secretary of States. And so I think that people that are doing their job, and perhaps the underlying goal of all these aggressive behaviors is that people don't work anymore. So then there's no one to work the elections, and then there's no more state workers, or they can be taken over by hostile people, so to the government. And so I think that it is necessary for workers for the county and the state and the federal to be protected in some way, that they don't go bankrupt in trying to protect their own reputations for just doing their job. Thank you.
Renee Resendes.
I'm Renee Rosentis. Please put this in the public record. This is also about item 18. My experience, I was in the medical field, and I had the option of taking out extra insurance to protect myself from any lawsuits. But I was actually under the protective umbrella of the hospital. So I was bonded through them. So if the workers working the polls and they're scared, then they should probably be under the protective umbrella of the commissioner, the Board of Commissioners, whoever else is hiring them. So rather than having item 18, which I feel is discriminatory and unnecessary, I think there's another way to deal with this. I also wanted to bring up the fact that Commissioner Herman was sued by someone who was a friend of Bob Lucy's, and it was dropped, but Commissioner Herman had to hire her own attorneys, and even though it was dropped, she still had to hire attorneys. So she had to pay for all of that out of her pocket. And I don't think, I think that if it was her facing something, you wouldn't even care. But because other people on the board are doing some things or not paying attention or whatever the case, that becomes an issue. There's issues with the voter integrity. I've worked polls at 3 different places this election. They're doing some things differently at every single poll. There's some chairmen that are educated about the statutes, and there are some that aren't. I ran across a statute that was not being followed at 2 places, and I know for a fact the one here at the registrar's office was not, and I approached the chairman, who approached Heather Carmen, who called her boss, and they just said, oh, it's okay, just do it. And but it wasn't following the statute. So there's a lot to be looked at with this election. So anyway, thank you.
Wayne Gordon?
I'm Wayne Gordon. I live in Reno, Washoe County, Nevada. And I want my comments recorded for the record, please. I have 2 things quickly. Number 1, you've put, I didn't get all of them, into a block vote. These are all very disparate things. I don't believe disparate things should be in one block vote, so you can talk about the wages for the next year. I think this is like going to the farmer's market and saying, well, I'm going to buy apples and I'm going to buy oranges and bananas and onions, and saying, let's negotiate the price. I'll give you $10 a pound or $4 a pound. You wouldn't do that. And that's the way this should be. I don't believe this block vote should be legal if you do it. Number 2, I believe you 3 shouldn't be here, so we don't have a quorum. You got up and walked out on the people this morning for no particular reason because you didn't like what they were saying. And as far as I'm concerned, I think you have, and I'm in your district, you have abandoned your job, your positions as county supervisors.
Catherine Snedeker?
For the record, I'm Catherine Snedeker, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised natural woman. The state has defined what a person is, and I don't fall under that definition. I fall under woman. That's it. This board has two functions. One, as the board of the corporate county for the state, and secondly, as our representatives to protect us from any wrongdoings that the counties, cities, or states are doing. You're not doing that. You have completely sold us out. Every meeting in this room is a business meeting, and it's stated by you, and it was stated by you. That means you're not doing the people's business. You're doing your own business. That's why this handful of developers gets everything they want, and this handful of people who pays you every day gets nothing. We get shit on. And I'm tired of it. Now you want to protect your precious little employees because somebody might have said, fuck you to them? Who cares? I was always taught when I was growing up, sticks and stones may break your bones, but names will never hurt you. If you're so offended by that, get over it. You're getting paid enough money. Are they even here anymore? Is there anybody even upstairs working, or are they still all, scared of the COVID phony thing? When you don't represent us, you're violating your oath of office, which means you're not properly holding that office chair, which means we can go after your bonds, which means who's going to insure you for the next place you try to go screw up? Really, you people are out of your minds with the control you want to have over us. How come you didn't have workshops on this? And who's getting a death threat? Somebody say, I could just kill you, like a lot of people do? If they're so faint of heart, go someplace else. Try the private sector. See how long you last there. I would love to see that. I'd do follow-up. Get somebody to just be so offended they have to leave, and then I want to follow them through their private sector job, because I bet they don't last 15 seconds.
Val White.
I'm here to talk about the proposed spending of money to protect public employees. You're already protected. You have insurance as an employee. If you wish to get more insurance to protect you for legal coverage, you're absolutely free to do that. Pay for it yourself if you think you're going to be harassed or criticized. It's not our responsibility to pay for your extra legal expenses. If you're shaking your head, so I'm taking you agree with that, Commissioner Lucy. Nowhere is it written that you cannot be criticized, yet you and the manager, considering approving this item, is saying we will have a large bank account that we can use for legal fees to attack residents who dare displease us with their comments. That sounds like Nazi Germany. We will silence any comments that are not worthy, that we don't want to hear. If you're afraid of criticism, maybe you don't belong in this job. As public representatives, it's your duty to respond to the public's wishes and criticisms. And yet, what do we see? We come and talk to you by the dozens. And what is your response to us? Nothing. You sit there silently and you never respond to our criticisms. So I want to know, what is our alternative when you are aggressive to us? Where is our money paid by taxpayers to pay for legal fees to go after you when you are aggressive to us, when you threaten us with mandates that don't belong, with other freedom restricting decisions that this board makes? I don't know, I'm not even going to address the character qualities that are lacking in you. And yes, that's a criticism. If you will not stand up for freedom, if you will not stand up for constitutional rights, you don't belong up there. You just don't. So I would urge this board to vote no, to not pass or approve this expenditure. It's absolutely Nazi Germany, and you should know that the public does understand what you're really doing. Much of this comes from Commissioner Lucy's recent lawsuits against Mike Clark, where you had to pay, what was it, close to $20,000?
The board as a whole.
To have,
ma'am.
the board as a whole needs sheriff's deputies surrounding them at the cost of $20,000 in the recent lawsuit against Mike Clark. Come on, man up, man up.
Betty Thiessen.
Hello. Betty Thiessen, Washoe County. I'm here to oppose number 18. I'm here to oppose number 18, and I thank Jean for her diligent help in all the county things that we've been working on. She got sued and she paid for her own fees. Mike Clark got sued. He paid for his own fees. So all of you should have to, and every county employee should have to pay for their own legal fees. Thank you.
Susan Van Ness.
Hello, everybody. It's really good to see all of you again. I've got a present for you still. I haven't brought it. Yeah, I want to say no to this. This came up at an odd time. Mr. Christensen questioned Jean, got right down to the last question, and asked her, and his face went white, asked her, did you say this of who was in the room? She said no, he had nothing. But no one helped Jean during this time. But then afterwards, this thing comes up. Why did it come up? Because the one that was going to be county manager, but is assistant county manager, is going to get sued. That's why this agenda came up. Not for anybody else that got sued. She had to pay for her own, didn't she? Why is that? Seems like a coincidence. The other thing I want to say really quick, because it came up earlier, if you're going to say that people accused county officials, I think that you should produce the evidence. I think that that should come forward. If you say that people, citizens, accused and threatened your lives, we want to hear it. But going back to this agenda, it just came forward because we know who's getting sued. So somebody had to protect her. Why didn't you protect Jean?
Please address the board as a whole.
Why didn't you all protect Jean? All of you? Everyone in this county. Why did this come forward now? No on agenda 18. And please, if you say that citizens are out there to hurt you, I think you better produce the evidence. Thank you all very much. And I still got a present for you, Kitty. A good one.
Janet Butcher.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the record. It seems like we're trying to, everybody's pretty much said it. Why should we pay, our taxpayer dollars, although I know that we all have money to spare, according to one of the commissioners, that to pay for some legal funds. There are programs out there. I know there are several businesses that have them, Like, for instance, my niece has a court case right now, and she pays $2 a month to be covered legally. So why not look into that? Why should we pay $150,000? And are we setting a particular, there might not be enough detail? Are we setting up perhaps a particular attorney office in town to be a benefactor of this? Just a few questions. There's not enough detail. Second of all, I understand for the employees, it was sad. Employees are one thing, but we slowly creep into the next thing. We all know that. And who determines what's misinformation? Who's going to be in charge of that? Can I be in charge of that? I've got free time. I'd love to be in charge of that because there's a lot of misinformation that came from this board throughout COVID. So that's about all I got to say.
That's everybody I have signed in.
Thank you. I know we have a block vote in the form of a motion from Commissioner Jung, and I forgot to second it. So I'm going to second that. And all those in favor, aye. And
Aye.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Herman for comment.
This, by putting it in the block vote, you give me no choice but to vote against it. I'd just like to remind you that twice there were developers who sued. One was a single citizen. She had to come up with $13,000 or something close to that. And the other was a citizens advice, or no, a association, a homeowners association that was sued and had to come up with, I think by the time the penalties and everything, $30,000. I mean, that's bad enough trying to take their voice away because they were complaining against, they wanted to state their opinion against the development. They took their right away. Now, this is what I'm thinking, is that this is going to take someone's right away, again, too. So I would definitely have to vote against it, so I therefore am going to vote against the whole thing because it's all together.
Thank you. So that passes with a 3-2-1 vote. Now we will go to item 11. Or actually, we need to read the block in, correct,
Yeah.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So starting with
9.
tests, okay. Starting with item 9. Item 9 is a recommendation to approve the fiscal year 22-23 payment of $248,164, which constitutes Washoe County's share in annual funding for the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency pursuant to NRS 272.254, Section 7, and an adopted interlocal agreement. The total amount will be paid to TMRPA in quarterly installments, with the first occurring on July 1st, 2022. Item 10 is a recommendation to approve Resolution R22-065 to augment the Equipment Services Fund in the amount of $400,000 to increase fiscal year 2022 revenue and expenses authority for diesel and unleaded gasoline in accordance with the Nevada Revised Statute NRS 354.598005, and direct the comptroller to make the necessary budget amendments. Item 12 is a recommendation to approve collective bargaining agreements with the Washoe County Employees Association for the non-supervisory and supervisory bargaining units for the 2-year period beginning July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2024, including cost of living adjustments in base wage of 5% effective July 1st, 2022. Excuse me. FY 22-23 estimated fiscal impact of $7,830,529, $4,024,728,000 for the non-supervisory, $3,805,801 for the supervisory. Place one-time only lump sum payment amount of $500 effective July 4th, 2022, paid on July 2nd, 2022 for full-time employees covered under the collective bargaining agreements in effect at the time of the payment. FY 22-23 estimated fiscal impact of $784,000, $432,000 non-supervisory, $331,500 supervisory, and changes to career incentive bilingual pay and resident remote area pay for FY 22-23, estimated fiscal impact of $1,793,685, 94,806 non-supervisory, 851,879 supervisory, and cost of living adjustment in base wages 3.5% beginning July 1st, 2023. FY 23-24 estimated impact, fiscal impact, $8,104,000, excuse me, $598, $4,165,000 for non-supervisory, $3,989,000 for supervisory, and changes to career incentives, bilingual pay, and resident remote area pay. FY 23-24 estimated fiscal impact of $2,970,584, $1,115,329 non-supervisory, $954,225 supervisory, and update agreement language regarding salaries of personnel, sick leave, discipline, and grievance leave of absence, shift bidding, examinations, uniform and clothing, and duration of agreement. Total estimated local fiscal impact of all fiscal years is $20,583,366. All right, item number 13 is a recommendation to approve collective bargaining agreement with the Washoe County Sheriff's deputies through June 30th, 2024, including crisis intervention training pay of 5% rolled into base pay and cost of living adjustments and base wages of 5% effective July 1st, 2022. FY 22-23 estimated fiscal impact of $2,452,128. One-time only lump sum payment of $1,800 effective July 4th, 2022. FY 22-23 estimated fiscal impact $658,800 and 3.5% beginning July 1st, 2023. FY 23-24 estimated fiscal impact of $2,537,953 and updated agreement language regarding crisis intervention training pay, healthcare subsidy, medical pay plan, incline resident differential pay, discipline, and grievance in a duration of agreement estimated fiscal impact $134,434 for both years. Total estimated fiscal impact is $5,783,315. Item number 14 is a recommendation to approve the collective bargaining agreement with the Washoe County Sheriff's Supervisory Deputies Association bargaining unit for the 2 years beginning July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2024, including a one-time pay structure adjustment and crisis intervention training, pay of 5% rolled into base pay, and cost of living adjustments and base wages of 5% effective July 1st, 2022, with the FY 22-23 estimated fiscal impact of $1,171,329 and a one-time only lump sum payment of $1,800 effective July 4th, 2022, with an FY 22-23 estimated fiscal impact of $131,400 and 3.5% effective July 1st, 2023. FY 23-24 estimated fiscal impact of $1,212,325, including CT and pay structure adjustment. An updated agreement language regarding salaries, crisis intervention training for pay, healthcare subsidy, medical plan, incline residence, resident differential pay, temporary supervisory pay, retiring deputy ID card and badge, education incentive pay, safety equipment allowance, and duration of agreement, estimated fiscal impact of $75,957 for both years. Total estimated total impact is $2,591,011. Item number 15 is a recommendation to approve the confidential undersheriff and chief deputy sheriff a one-time pay structure adjustment, current crisis intervention training, pay of 5% rolled into base pay, and cost of living increases in base wages of 5% effective July 1st, 2022, with FY 22-23 estimated fiscal impact of $96,328 and a one-time only lump sum payment of $1,800 effective July 4th, 2022. FY 22-23 estimated fiscal impact of $7,200 and 3.5% beginning July 1st, 2023. FY 23-24 estimated fiscal impact of $95,700, including CIT and pay structure adjustment, an updated health pay subsidy, medical plan, retiring deputy ID card and badge, education incentive pay, safety allowance, estimated fiscal impact of $4,132 for both years, total estimated fiscal impact of $207,360. Item number 16 is a recommendation to approve changes to career incentive FY 22-23 estimated fiscal impact of $525,163, FY 23-24 estimated impact of $640,383,000, and payment of a one-time only lump sum of $500 effective July 4th, 2022, paid on July 2nd, 2022, for full-time employees hired prior to July 1st, 2022, for unclassified management and non-represented confidential employees, district court employees, justice court employees, excluding justices of the peace, juvenile services employees, and Truckee River Flood Management Authority's executive director and general counsel. FY 22-23 estimated fiscal impact of $233,000, as has been negotiated for represented employees. Total fiscal impact of $1,398,544. Item number 17 is a recommendation to approve amended collective bargaining agreement with the Washoe County Nurses Association for the non-supervisory and supervisory bargaining units to include updated career incentive language to increase career incentive for parity with Washoe County Employees Association. Total estimated fiscal impact of $18,944. Item number 19 is a recommendation to certify, Item 18 is a recommendation to adopt a comprehensive employee support plan to assist Washoe County employees by providing payment for legal and personal services by outside third-party organizations in situations where employees are unfairly publicly attacked, harassed, or disparaged by members of the public or by political organizations. A determination on a case-by-case basis with the Washoe County manager with input from the Washoe County Workplace Violence Committee. The objective of the program would be to provide employee support against attack, harassment, and disparagement that occurs or originates outside of the workplace, but that relates to some significant degree to the role of the subject employees or employees of the county. As such, situations where the program would be utilized are those that would fall outside the scope of representation by the district attorney's office or the statutorily or otherwise designated legal counsel, or those or the scope of services typically provided in-house by county departments. Possible outside organization to be hired under this program include, but are not limited to, the firms and public relations, law firms and public relations organizations. If approved, authorize the manager to make expenditures not to exceed $150,000 in aggregate per fiscal year with any expenditures above that amount requiring special approval by the Board of County Commissioners. And if adopted, direct the manager's office to work with Human Resources, the DA's office, and other appropriate county staff and departments to implement the plan. Item number 19 is a recommendation to certify charges, levy and direct the treasurer to collect $375,145.27 in special assessments for fiscal year 2022-2023 as requested by the state engineer of the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources for Black Rock Desert Groundwater Basin 548.91, Horley Lake Valley Groundwater Basin, that's $8,899.94. Help me here. Hualapai, is that how you pronounce that? Hualapai. Thank you. The Water District for $8,704.30. For San Inidio Desert District, $6,853.75. Warm Springs Valley Groundwater Basin, $7,842.50. Washoe Valley Groundwater Basin, $3,775.85. Warm Springs Winnemucca Creek Basin for $4,000. Cold Springs Valley Groundwater Basin for $8,000. The Lake Tahoe Groundwater Basin for $6,000. Lemon Valley Waters District for $27,800. Pleasant Valley Groundwater Basin for $6,000. Spanish Springs Valley Groundwater Basin for $45,000. Tracy Segment Groundwater Basin $6,000. Truckee Canyons segment groundwater basin, $7,000. In Truckee Meadows, Sun Valley groundwater basin, $215,000. Authorize the treasurer to remove uncollectible assessments and/or correct assessments on the tax roll as requested by the Division of Water Resources. Direct the clerk to execute the State of Nevada Division of Water Resources certification letters and send them back to the division president to NRS 533.285 and direct the comptroller to pay the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources the requested funds.
Thank you for that, Mr. Manager.
One more, Madam Chair. Item 24 is a recommendation to approve fiscal year 2021 through 2027 purchase of Linco Bearcat Armored
We didn't.
You didn't do that one?
No, we're going to do a presentation on that one.
My apologies.
No worries.
So here you go.
Okay, great job. Now we'll go to item number 11, where we're going to hear about the Hidden Valley Regional Park Master Plan. And
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Item number 11 is a recommendation to adopt the 2022 Hidden Valley Regional Master Plan. The plan, founded on stakeholder and public input, identifies opportunities and constraints as well as a vision to guide future development of the park. The recommended improvements include adding constructed wetlands and recharge infiltration areas with a nature with a nature rail repurposing the existing horse arena into an informal recreational area, turf field, adding restrooms and landscaping, reconfiguring park circulation, and developing a bike park and a pump track. The plan also includes an extensive trails component, identifying trail sections to decommission, reconfigure, and add, including the A54 accessible trail. I'm having problems seeing today. I don't know why. My apologies.
No worries. So we have
readers. This may be the day.
We have Ms. Kirschman, which I just messed up your name, Kirschman. Yes, to present on this master plan. Cannot wait to hear.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and staff. Sophia Kirschman, Park Planner with Washoe County Planning for the record. This item is the potential adoption of the 2022 Hidden Valley Regional Park Master Plan. Next slide, please. So today I will provide a little bit of background information about the park and the impetus behind this master plan update, and then an overview of the plan development process and some highlights from the plan itself. Next slide. So as a quick reminder, Hidden Valley Regional Park is located about 2 to 3 miles south of I-80 and 1 mile east of Veterans Parkway. It is very close to the Story County border. And at 480 acres, it is one of Washoe County's largest regional parks. There are essentially two developed portions of the park. There is sort of the larger developed portion in the north with the vast majority of all the amenities, and that's accessed via Parkway Drive. And then there's a smaller pocket park with a playground and some trail access, and that's to the south, accessed via Mia Vista Drive. Both of the primary access points are through the Hidden Valley neighborhood, but there is no vehicular connection between the north and the south, and none is proposed as part of this master plan. The park was acquired by or from the Bureau of Land Management through 3 separate Recreation and Public Purposes Act patents in the 1960s. Some early amenities were the horse arena, some equestrian and horse trails. In the 70s, tennis courts were added, and then more recently, playgrounds, and an incredibly popular dog park. If you've ever been out there, it's fantastic. There have been 2 previous master plans for this park, one in 1990 and one in 2004. Next slide, please. Okay, so fast forward to 2020, and folks with the Washoe County Community Services Department sewer utility approached Washoe County Parks about a potential collaboration. They wanted to construct a 1 million gallon water storage tank at the park for the storage and distribution of treated reclaimed effluent water from the South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, which is undergoing an expansion. And there are a number of benefits associated with that, not only for the utility and for the parks program, but for the community at large. So I've highlighted a few of those here. So 1, it offers the opportunity to expand green areas in the park at a lower cost. 2, irrigation with reclaimed water maximizes an existing resource and preserves potable water for other uses in our community. 3, converting the park's existing irrigation system to a reclaimed water irrigation system does or would result in a lower monthly and annual cost, saving money for the parks program. It's always a good thing. And then finally, the existing potable water rights that are currently in use at the park may be explored for other options. So in 2021, upon recommendation by the Park Commission, the Board of Adjustment approves a special use permit for the tank. And once that happened, the utility said, okay, great. Can we build any new recreational amenities that could also support the distribution of treated effluent water? Softball fields, flat fields, what could we do that would be a great collaboration? And we kind of took a step back and said, okay, the last master plan for this park was adopted in 2004, 17 years prior to this. And before we really move forward and build anything new, we need to go back to the public. We need to get additional public input and really find out what the current recreational needs are and what the community would support that might utilize this treated reclaimed water. So with that, we hired Stantec. They put together a fantastic team to help facilitate the plan development process, and that would also explore utilizing that treated effluent water. Next slide, please. So here's the project schedule, and I'm going to go through this a little bit and kind of toggle back and forth between this and a couple of highlights. But in September to October of 2021, the site inventory and analysis were conducted. So that's looking at existing park conditions, identifying opportunities and constraints. There's also a community and stakeholder workshop and a first round of surveys between October and November of 2021. Next slide, please. I just picked one question that we asked in that survey just to give you kind of an example of what that looked like. So we asked folks what new amenities they wanted to see at the park. And up at the top there, the very highest ranking item was a bike park. We also heard a trail signage system, a pump track, wetlands with a nature trail, scenic overlooks, park wayfinding signage, and undeveloped open space. Those were kind of the top of the list. Next slide, please. So with that information, Stantec went back to the drawing board and really analyzed all the data. That was just a piece of it. There was a lot of data that went into that. And they developed 3 conceptual master plan alternatives, and those were presented to the public in December of 2021 at the first public meeting. Next slide, please. I know you can't see what's going on in these master plans, so it's kind of conceptual, but they're actually oriented. So the top of the map is to the east, and that's really where all of the trails are and more of the undeveloped open space. And then to the left is the north. So you can see that concept A has sort of the least amount of overall development. Concept B has sort of a middle amount, and then concept C would essentially link the north part of the park with the southern part of the park. And what we heard at that master plan meeting and in a subsequent survey, pretty loud and clear, is that folks liked concept A the best by far. They liked all the amenities in concept A the best. And they also really reinforced the idea that they loved the undeveloped and sort of open space nature of this park. It's got these beautiful sweeping vistas, and the trails are really popular. And so folks wanted us to really focus on building new amenities, but also preserving that open space aesthetic and that sort of feel of the park. Next slide, please. So with that, Stantec went back to the drawing board again and kind of refined that concept A into the preliminary master plan that was developed in January and presented to the public in March. And then based on the feedback from that second public meeting, they refined it again, and then it finally went to the Park Commission in May. was unanimously recommended for approval, and now we're here at the very end. Next slide, please. So lots going on in this, and I'm not going to talk about all of it because there's just a ton going on in this master plan, but I'll touch on some highlights. So we are proposing to reconfigure and realign sort of the entrance road and kind of the way that you would access the park in a more circulatory way, so it's kind of easier to get to the different amenities. We're proposing a bike park and a pump track, consistent with what the community wanted to see. We are proposing some constructed wetlands and rapid infiltration basins with a nature trail area. And we really heard a lot of support for that constructed wetlands concept, and also there are a lot of questions about it too, so that was kind of a big part of the process. But we feel that it fits well with that sort of passive recreation, kind of the nature trail, provides wildlife benefits. There's also an off-leash dog pasture proposed, which would be similar to the one that's at Rancho San Rafael. I mentioned earlier that the dog park is really popular, so this would be kind of another place for those folks to go and have a nice off-leash experience. We are proposing to kind of shore up all the entrance points and put cattle guards and gates, and also shore up kind of the perimeter fencing to make sure that we keep the feral horses out of the park. They're very common in this part of the county. And then one final thing to point out here is that we are proposing to change or convert the existing horse arena to a recreational turf and flat field. And we did a lot of outreach to the equestrian community, not wanting to get rid of an amenity that folks might be using. And what we heard is that they really weren't attached to that horse arena and aren't using it, but that they wanted to have horse trailer parking for access to the trails. So we do have dedicated horse trailer parking proposed. Next slide, please. Okay, here's the south area of the plan. And so you can see this is a very small area, and there's not a whole lot proposed in the southern portion of the park. We have some additional landscaping. We have a new restroom proposed, some wayfinding signage, another gate with a cattle guard. Those are probably the highlights from that side. Next slide, please. And then finally, there is also a really robust trails component of this plan and trails master plan. Again, this is probably the most popular portion or aspect of the park. People use these trails all the time. But they're a little bit of a mess. There's a lot of social trails, there's a lot of horse trails, there's a lot that needs to be decommissioned and rerouted, and so the plan identifies those areas that we might decommission and restore, areas we might reroute to a more sustainable alignment, and then new trails too that folks really wanted to see. And we've also got them by sort of the black diamond, the blue square, the intermediate, and then the easier, the green circles, so that if you're like me, you don't end up on a black diamond and wish you hadn't gotten there. And then we also are proposing one ADA accessible trail option. Right now, there aren't any ADA accessible trail options in the park, so there's a nice sort of trail loop that would be paved as well. Next slide, please. And like I mentioned, a number of great concerns came up from the community during this master plan process, and so Stantec put together a bunch of great recommendations to be incorporated as the plan gets built out to help mitigate those impacts, and also just based on our own goals for the park. So there's recommendations for vegetation management, weed management, sustainable park design and maintenance, traffic calming to mitigate traffic impacts, feral horse management, trail design, and then finally effluent management and permitting. Next slide, please. And that's all I've got for you today. I appreciate the opportunity to come and give a little update on Hidden Valley. I'm available for questions. We also have Barb Santner from Stantec. She's available for questions, and we actually also have Dwayne Smith, the Director of Engineering and Capital Projects, for any questions about the effluent, if you'd like.
Thank you. Do we have any questions by commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Jung.
I urge the board to support this and make this real. The Parks Commission has already fully heard this item with many questions, and this needs to be approved. Probably should have been in block. Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other commissioners?
Nope.
Thank you so much for your work on this. I think it's really exciting what we're going to be doing in the Hidden Valley area. And would you like to make the motion to support?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, I'm sorry. A public comment?
There is public comment.
Thank you.
We have Wayne Schaffer.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Schaefer. I'm a resident of Hidden Valley for the last 17 years. My comments go to one looks pretty innocuous item on the map, which is item 40. And my view is it should not be part of the master plan. It is not necessary, appropriate, and frankly raises issues going to fairness and transparency. The board should carefully take a look at item 40 and ask yourself why a hypothetical easement that may or may not someday be applied for or approved should be part of the master plan. That is what item 40 is about, and let me elaborate. 2 public meetings were held, as you were informed, to inform the community of the proposals to the current master plan. Item 40 was never explained or discussed at those meetings. Subsequently, a local resident asked the park planner what was meant by item 40, which reads, new potential vehicular/trail connection. The response was very much a surprise. It was learned that a developer owning several tracts of land south of Hidden Valley also owned undeveloped property immediately next to the south side of the park. The park planner advised that the developer intends to file an application for a parkland easement to allow the construction of a street through a portion of the park to facilitate access to the developer's private property and thereby allow residential development of the property. In the interest of time, I'm going to read quickly. In your materials submitted with the proposed plan, it says at page 28, Washoe County had discussions with neighboring property owner to the south of the park about a potential road and trail easement through the southwest corner of the park parcel shown as item 40 on the overall master plan map. Proposed easements on park property need to go through Washoe County's parkland easement application process. An easement through Hidden Valley Regional Park would also require approval of the Bureau of Land Management. Item 40 is not appropriate or necessary to the master plan. Again, Plan A or Concept A can easily be approved without number 40, and it won't make much difference other than the following. It would include a hypothetical potential easement of a developer, which obviously should not be part of a master plan. Mention of the road in the master plan could be misconstrued during any subsequent easement approval process that the board has already decided in favor of the road. A non-park use easement benefiting a private party is an important issue. The developer can certainly file an application for an easement and begin the process. That would be fair and transparent, so all stakeholders, all community members could be heard.
That's all the public comment we have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will take the vote again. Do you think so, Mr. Attorney? Okay. With public comment in mind, is there a motion?
Yeah, we still have a motion in a second.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Now we will go to item 20.
Item 20 is a recommendation and possible action to approve execution of an amendment number 2 to One Nevada Agreement on allocation of opioid recoveries, which will allow the Nevada Attorney General's Office to divide the recoveries in accordance with the percentages and terms of the One Nevada Agreement and all amendments thereto. Calculate payments to the local governments, calculate attorney's fees for all local governments pursuant to the local government's applicable contingency fee agreements with the council or in accordance with the amendment number 1 where it applies, and remit payments to local governments and attorney's fees to the appropriate council on behalf of the local governments. Recoveries means settlement payments totaling $285,679,409.03 from opioids distributor defendants, Amerisource Bergen Drug Corporation, Cardinal Health, and McKesson, and opioid manufacturer defendant Johnson & Johnson, to compensate for the effects of the nationwide opioid crisis, which are then allocated to both the state and local government entities including Washoe County pursuant to a formula set forth in the original One Nevada agreement approved by the board on July 27th, 2021, as well as an amendment thereto.
Thank you. Mr. Large.
Michael Large for the record from the Washoe County District Attorney's Office. And I'll be brief in regard to this. The board's very familiar with the One Nevada agreement that we entered into last summer in regard to potential agreement regarding opioid settlements that are coming into the county and to the state through the litigation that's ongoing. Amendment number 2 is essentially allows the state offices to act as a clearinghouse for the funds that are coming in. They are scheduled to arrive next month. The first batch of the settlement monies from the Johnson & Johnson and the 4 other settling defendants in this case. And what that allows them to do is the amendment number 2 allows the state to take out the attorney's fees, costs, and then allocate it. Because this is a structured settlement scheduled over the next 16 years, there is some concern in regard to institutional knowledge, making sure that the money is actually allocated correctly by the state and by the county. And instead of having the county having to pay piecemeal each month or each year as we receive funds, the state's going to act as a clearinghouse on behalf of everyone. That's all that amendment number 2 does. In your packet, there is Exhibit B. There was a potential distribution over the next 16 years based on the current calculations that we have. This is just an estimate. And again, this is only for the settling defendants at this point. There are still approximately 30-something defendants out there. Some of the big players are still in game and involved in litigation. But we are starting to see next month money roll in that will be used to combat opioid problems in this thing. And these monies are going to be earmarked for opioid abatement pursuant to our settlement.
Thank you. Any board comments or questions?
Madam Chair, if I may. Mr. Large, I want to say thank you for all your work that you've worked on this settlement. It has been diligent and you've taken quite a bit of time to address the needs not only of Washoe County through this. From my standpoint, this has been one of the most difficult settlements that we've had to work through. It's very challenging and very complex, and I know you've spent a lot of hours, so I want to commend you for your time and energy that you've put into this. And I think this is probably the best resolution we can get out of this, and just hopefully get some of those monies back to those individuals where that really need it, based upon this epidemic. So thank you, Mr. Large. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. With no other comments, may I have a motion, please? Oh, public comment?
There is nobody signed in.
Thank you.
All right. I will make the motion. Move to approve.
All right. Do I have a second? I will second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Now to item 21.
What is it?
Item 21 is a recommendation to approve, the FY 2021-2022 purchase of a Lenco Bearcat armored rescue vehicle and associated components at the cost of $331 from Lemco Armored Vehicles to be used by the Special Operations Division of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. I pulled this item. I just wanted a little bit more detail on why this item was a sole source item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, County Manager, and the members of the board. I'm not prepared really to give a presentation. We did submit just a little history of the armor that we do. For the record, Lieutenant Brandon Zirkle with the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Special Operations Division. With the Special Weapons and Tactics team, we currently do possess 2 armored vehicles. One was purchased in 2002 with post 9/11 funds. The second was purchased used in 2007, and we acquired that. Both of those are still in service. However, as you all know, threats of violence in our communities have increased. Our population has spread throughout the greater Washoe County area, and securing one more current piece of armor for our agency would allow us to split, divide, and reallocate assets. Most probably importantly, putting one of the pieces of armor that we have ready and ready for mission in Incline Village. This went to sole source, was submitted with a 26-page document explaining why Lenco leads the nation in civilian armored vehicles. It goes down to the technology involved in it, the safety equipments that are installed in it, the ability to protect the occupants of the vehicle while maintaining mobility on incline, decline, side hill, anti-roll technology. It's just the technology has increased throughout the years since our 2007 purchase of that used Bearcat. The 26-page sole source information was submitted to the county and signed by Mark Stewart. If you have specific questions, I can try and answer those for you.
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted some clarification as to why that was done. So I appreciate you letting me know. It's just important that we, go out to bid when we can. And so it's good to know that this is the only type of technology that is out there.
I understand that. There are other manufacturers out there of armor, but Lenco is the leading national manufacturer for civilian lead armor. When you step outside of the military environment, Lenco is the top armored vehicle producer. They produce vehicles for currency transportation, Brinks, and several other non-government entities involved with armored vehicles.
Thank you. Well, with that clarification, I'm happy. Well, first of all, is there any public comment? Okay, thank you. I'm happy to make the motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. I'll take it from Lucy, and all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nope.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we are going into public hearings. So we have item number 22.
Yes, item 22 is a public hearing appeal of the Washoe County Board of Adjustment denial of special use permit case number WSU P22-0006 Reno Tahoe Gateway for major grading necessary to facilitate future development on the project site. The proposal included excavation of 127,400 cubic yards of material and 104,940 cubic yards of fill material with approximately 27 acres of disturbed area, most of which had already been previously disturbed. The proposal also included a request to vary the standards of section 110.438.45 section C to allow finished grades to vary by more than 10 feet from the natural slope. The applicants are S3 Development Company and the property owner, Riverview Estate Properties, LLC. The project is located at 0 Interstate 80 West, Reno, Nevada, and encompasses two parcels, APN 038-181-01 for 1.865 acres and 038-172-14 for 5.03 acres. A master plan designation has not yet been established by Washoe County since the City of Reno sphere of influence rollback in 2021, which is in progress. However, master plan designation of industrial is being proposed. The regulatory zone is industrial and both parcels and located in the Verdi area plan. Special use permits are authorized in Article 810 of the Washoe County Development Code. There are two applicants. The first is S3 Development Company, project applicant, and the second is Emmanuel's Heller McNeilage, a resident of Verdi. The Board of County Commissioners Board may affirm, reverse, or modify the decision of the Board of Adjustment. The board analysis may also include a finding on the use of standing to bring the appeal in the first place. If the board modifies or reverses, it may remand the matter back to the Board of Adjustment with instructions.
Thank you. Can we have a brief staff presentation?
Great, yes. Good afternoon, Courtney Wyke, Senior Planner. The item before you is an appeal of, Board of Adjustments denial of WSUP 22-006 for major grading. Okay, I have a clicker. Next. Brief description on the appeal. On April 7th, 2022, the Washoe County Board of Adjustments held a public hearing for special use permit case number WSUP 22-006 to allow for major grading on two adjacent parcels. At that time, the BOA voted unanimously to deny the special use permit based on the inability to make three of the findings required by Washoe County Code Section 810.30. Specifically, the findings were related to 1, consistency, 2, improvements, and 3, issuance not detrimental. Now I'll briefly go into a project description. Next slide, please. The project is located on the south side of Interstate 80 off Exit 7 and north of Mogul Road, and it's located in the Verdi area plan. The project area encompasses 2 undeveloped parcels totaling approximately 27.9 acres. While the parcels are vacant, significant disturbance to the site has occurred as a result of the railroad, I-80 corridor, and various utility projects in the immediate vicinity. To the immediate north of the project site is Interstate 80. To the east is an existing self-storage facility. To the immediate south is undeveloped land and the Union Pacific Railroad with large residential parcels south of the train tracks. Next slide, please. A little bit of background into the master amendment status. In 2021, the Reno City Council voted in favor to remove the 2 subject parcels from the City of Reno's sphere of influence. Per Washoe County Code, Section 110.106.30, the property now has an existing regulatory zone of industrial. This section does not establish a master plan designation. A master plan amendment is in progress. Staff is recommending a master plan land use category of industrial consistent with the existing industrial regulatory zone. On May 3rd, 2022, the Planning Commission did hold a public hearing and unanimously adopted resolution number 22-08, recommending that the Board of County Commissioners adopt master plan WMPA 22-005, which would assign a master plan land use category of industrial on the subject parcels. The MPA is scheduled to be considered by the Board of County Commissioners on July 12, 2022. Although the master plan amendment has not been adopted, the proposed grading is an allowed use in the industrial regulatory zone with approval of a special use permit. Next slide, please. A brief description on the grading. The applicant is proposing excavation of 127,400 cubic yards of material and 104,040 cubic yards of fill material with approximately 27 acres. Oh, next slide, I think. Thank you. 27 acres of disturbed area, much of which has already been previously disturbed. Next slide, please. This is just a close-up of the western portion of the project area. Next slide. And the eastern. Next slide, please. The project exceeds Article 438.35 A1 through A4 Development Code standards, triggering the need for the subject special use permit for major grading. The grading is intended to allow for future development of a flex space industrial park with a mix of industrial uses as allowed in the industrial regulatory zone. The applicant is also requesting to vary the standards of Article 438.45C to allow finished grades to vary by more than 10 feet from the natural slope. Next slide, please. The proposed grading will meet the grading standards. Next slide, please. Sorry, I need to connect. Meet the grading standards specified here. It is important to emphasize the special use permit would be limited to grading. Landscaping, parking, and other design standards will be addressed with future permit requirements for build-out of the project. Washoe County Engineering will also have the ability to require a detailed traffic study addressing driveway locations, turning movements, delivery truck patterns, et cetera, as part of the future project approvals. Next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, I didn't realize those are, yeah, get it all up there. Thank you. As previously mentioned, the Board of Adjustments cited the inability to make required findings A, B, and D. A copy of the minutes and the link to the BOA meeting video was included in the board's packet. Next slide, please. It is recommended that the Board of County Commissioners review the whole of the record and take one of the following actions to either affirm the decision of the Board of Adjustment and deny special use permit WSUP 22-006 or reverse the decision of the Board of Adjustment and approve the subject special use permit. Next slide, please. We have provided 2 possible motions for your consideration, depending on your decision. And with that, next slide. That concludes my presentation. Tried to be fast and brief.
Thank you. Great job.
For any questions.
Are there any questions for staff before we hear from the appellants?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will have the appellant go first, and then the applicant will go second. So please come up.
Dear Commissioners, Madam Chair, good afternoon. My name is Emanuela Heller-McNeilich. I'm a resident of Mogul. I live in Mogul Road in the sphere of influence. And I'm also here today to represent the Mogul Neighborhood Association as their co-chair. I cannot make findings 1, 2, 3, and 4, and this applies to the development and the grading for the development. The grading permit is not consistent with the Verdi area plan of the Washoe County Master Plan, which is there to manage growth and development, to respect scenic and rural heritage, for the conservation of natural, scenic, and cultural resources. We have a sign here coming on I-80 about a scenic view, and this is what you see when you pull over. You look directly onto the construction lots. And it's clearly stated in the Verdi area plan that you should conserve the scenic resources. So the development would be right going up into that scenic overlook. Yes, we can move this yellow emigrant trail marker. What we cannot remove are Washoe Indian artifacts and prehistoric petroglyphs that are found on these flats. This is a sign that used to be located right above that construction site. That sign has been removed illegally recently. These cultural resources would be bulldozed over. Goal 4 is not met of the Verdi area plan. This development and the grading in itself do not respect the unique cultural, historic, and scenic character of the area. Scenic and cultural resources would be lost. The Rodai Rural Character Management Area clearly states that this is supposed to be a rural, non-commercial area, and Mogul is to retain its historical character, which is residential since decades. I also cannot make finding 2 improvements. Adequate roadways are not provided. Let's first look at the westbound on-ramp. It is already too short for existing traffic. This is a map from NDOT archives. It is clearly stated in the Green Book how long freeway on-ramps have to be. They have to be a minimum of 300 to 500 feet. Our Mogul westbound on-ramp is only 230 feet long. We're not dealing with parallel acceleration here, since we're coming through this horseshoe curve. There we're dealing with requirements of at least 1,000 feet long on-ramp. We have an uphill slope, you have to multiply that by 1.5. We would need an on-ramp that is at least 1,100 to 1,600 feet long. Our on-ramp there is only 230 feet long. Recommended merging speed there is 60 miles per hour. If you plug in your numbers for an older car, or let's say a school bus, you end up with dangerously low merging speeds here, where we have this really short on-ramp. Now look at this white car. How are they going to merge? They will probably have to stop there. This is really dangerous already, and it is already reflected in the crash data, where we see 3 times more accidents after the westbound on-ramp compared to the eastbound on-ramp. And I think this is also the decision that is here in front of us today. Do we want to add more traffic to that? And this will not be included, most likely, in this mentioned traffic study. There's also a 5-fold prediction of traffic on the specific on-ramp. Second, I want to just briefly mention the intersection. It is complex and there's low visibility. You have 2 sets of ungated trains with trains coming from both sides. You don't see who's in this intersection. You're not seen by cars in the intersection. This arrows in red would be the additional traffic. There's also a bus stop. We have the Tahoe Pyramid bike trail going through. There are pedestrians and traffic accessing the Truckee River. Third, Mogul Road is a very narrow county road, which is already too narrow to harbor pedestrian, bikes, and residential traffic. It cannot be widened, so I do not see how we can add safely more traffic on this narrow county road. Adding traffic to outdated, inadequate infrastructure seems grossly negligent. Westbound on-ramp needs to be elongated to avoid future liability. Underpass needs to be widened before giving out permits. But who will pay for that? Are Mogul residents going to pay for this with their health and safety? The city of Reno turned down the grading permit because of these traffic issues. I also cannot make finding 4. The issuance is detrimental. We also have, additionally to what I've just mentioned, noise, light, and air pollution. Property values of an entire neighborhood will be affected, and also other neighborhoods. Also, Mogul Road is the eastbound fire evacuation road for Bala Ranch, as we have seen in a fast-moving fire in 1996. Additionally, I cannot make finding 3. The site is unsuitable for commercial or industrial area development because residential areas grew all around this area from all sides. The city turned down the grading permit and development due to incompatibility with the surrounding uses. So the board recently turned down this grading permit because they couldn't make those findings either. In 2018, the owner, who is Riverview Estates LLC, failed to leave the sphere. They failed to get the grading permit. It was unanimously denied by the city. Last year, S3, who is only a potential buyer, initiated the SOI rollback behind closed doors without notification of neighbors or adjacent SOI parcels like myself, or without any neighborhood hearing. I feel that community concerns have been validated, and yet the developer keeps manipulating the system, maneuvering between different legislative bodies, costing time and taxpayer money. It is a problematic piece of land. Let me quote some of other commissioners. This lot is like a turd in a punch bowl. Piecemeal SOI rollback is undesirable. The system is really, really broken. This is a challenging piece of dirt. I have to be honest, trust is low with this developer. We met with him in a Zoom meeting last fall, and he promised to record the meeting, which he did, and he had promised to give us the recording of the Zoom meeting, but he told me the recording was lost, and with it all pledges about traffic and trucks. Also, this developer developed Somerset, where he promised to not build on ridge lines, have bigger lots. These promises were also broken. And S3 presented their project to Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commissioners last winter when the decision was only about SOI rollback. Can you please disclose your contact and relation with S3? And if you have been introduced to this project, that would be great, thank you. The regional in winter in December also recommended that these lots would be zoned commercially. And yet, the developer tries to keep manipulating the system because he prefers to have an industrial use. Please first determine a land use, which was mixed employment in the city, which would be commercial in the county, and then address permits. Yes, landowners have rights. I'm a landowner myself. The owner has been turned down in the city, and he's not even here today. The applicant, S3, who is not the owner, didn't commit and didn't buy the land until they get what they want, like permit and zoning. S3 is not going to be disenfranchised by turning down the grading permit today. Today's decision, what is in front of us? If you uphold the developer's appeal, you send a message to other developers to manipulate the system to their ends. If instead you deny the developer's appeal, you send a message that our county government prioritizes the welfare of its citizens and that development must be conforming with the spirit of the law. Please show that you care about your community and vote against the buyer's appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. And please, no clapping. And we will now hear from the applicant.
She take the. Oh. Good afternoon. For the record, Garrett Gordon, today on behalf of S3 Development. With me are Blake and Blake Smith Jr. Behind me on behalf of S3, as well as Stacy Huggins, who is here from Wood Rogers to answer any questions. Let me first say I need to make the record for standing. I submitted a letter to this commission about the appellant you just heard from does not have legal standing to bring this appeal. It's very clear in your county code, as well as a recent opinion from Judge Freeman, that you have to show actual harm to be an aggrieved party. And specifically, you have to allege substantial injury to personal or private property rights. You did not hear one example of how the appellant is in fact aggrieved by this grading permit. You heard some slides and saw some slides about a hypothetical project that may or may not come forward, but as far as a grading permit and how moving some dirt on this property substantially affects or impacts or creates actual harm to this appellant, it was not made part of the record today, and so I would challenge her standing for the record. Thank you. Next slide, please. So you saw this vicinity map. Again, 2 parcels, zoned industrial, right next to I-80 to the north, railroad tracks to the south, existing mini storage in the vicinity. Next slide, please. And zoned industrial for decades. We think over 20 or 30 years, this property has been zoned industrial. And why? Because it's adjacent to I-80. It runs along the railroad tracks to the south. There's been some misinformation. It does not whatsoever impede access to the river or impede access, again, across the river over to what's going to be a beautiful, beautiful Washoe County Park in the future. But it's important to hear today, we're talking about a grading permit. We're not talking about traffic. We're not talking about a project. We're not talking about square footage of a project. We're not talking about access. We're talking about a grading permit. And by moving dirt on this property that's been disturbed for over 70 years, we contend to you that the grading permit should be approved and the Board of Adjustment should be reversed. Next slide, please. Again, it's a special use permit for grading, not a project, for grading to disturb and create pads for future development. This project, this property, 28 acres, has already been disturbed. The future project would be a mixed-use development, flex space, but again, we're here for just the grading. And we look at site conditions when you're talking about a grading permit. Again, bounded north by I-80. And interesting when you look at the grade, if you're on I-80, a portion of the property is 40 feet below I-80, and the other side of the property is 10 feet below 80. So as far as visual impacts to this property, as far as grading, there isn't one. Existing stockpiles and disturbance from, you can see the railroad, I-80 utility projects for over 70 years. Next slide, please. So we thought this slide was really important to put on the record today. You can see this isn't some vacant, pristine, undisturbed piece of property. It's been industrial for decades, and there's a reason why. Since 1948, significant disturbance has occurred on this site as a result of the railroad, I-80 corridor activities and impacts, and various utility projects. You can see up in the left-hand corner, starting in 1948, significant disturbance there in black. And as we move forward, left to right, over the years, you can see that impact, that disturbance has continued, and you can see finally on the large square in the right-hand corner, a majority of this project or this property has been impacted in one way, shape, or another, disturbed by the railroad, I-80, and various utility projects. It's zoned industrial for a reason. A grading permit is allowed in the industrial zoning, and all findings can be made. Next slide. Staff report. Staff is recommending approval. We contend that that was the right decision. Special use permit for major grading, anticipation of a future development. Request will allow for super pads that can be developed with a mix of industrial. Again, this is all allowed in industrial regulatory zone. The special use permit is limited to grading. So the staff report makes clear landscaping, parking, lighting, traffic will all be addressed with future permitting for build out of a future project. Again, as far as the site for grading, the Verde area plan talks about, is it a hillside? The answer here is clearly not. The project area is flat with over 80% of the site having slopes of less than 15%. Very flat site, very disturbed site. Again, no critical impact as far as a grading permit. And as I mentioned previously, existing topography and Interstate 80 create a natural buffer to minimize the visual impact to the existing development. Again, it's between 10 and 40 feet below I-80, so no visual impact. Next slide. As far as findings, it's important to make the record of the 3 findings that the Board of Adjustment could not make. We think that was clearly an error, and why. First, consistency. It is clear from the staff report and clear from the materials that the proposed use is consistent with the action programs, policies, and standards and maps of the master plan and Verde area plan. Staff makes it very clear that grading is permitted in the Verde area plan. The site is flat below I-80, so there's no hillside development, and the site has been significantly disturbed for decades. And staff, all of your staff, if you look at your staff report, from engineering to planning to parks, all your departments have no concern whatsoever with this grading permit. And the last bullet point, I'll mention this in all 3 findings, the Board of Adjustment did not identify any specific inconsistency with a plan or policy for this grading permit. Again, they mentioned this finding that couldn't be made, but they gave no example or reason why they couldn't make this finding. Next slide. Improvements. Also a curious denial by the Board of Adjustment. They said that they couldn't make this finding because there's not adequate utilities or facilities for the quote-unquote project. But again, here, as staff said in their staff report, there's no utility, sanitation, water supply facilities necessary at this time. It's a grading permit. There's no project right now. So for all those utilities and improvements, not required. But it will be required. As you can see, the second bullet point, first, no concerns from the Washoe County engineering staff since the permit is strictly limited to grading. However, All required utilities and necessary improvements will be subject to future applicable permitting requirements when a project is moved forward. Engineering also is going to require a traffic study, which will address driveways, turning movements, truck patterns. That will come when there is, in fact, a project. And the third bullet point there is Board of Adjustment did not provide any examples of inadequacies for the grading permit improvements. Again, they said they couldn't make this finding, but really gave us as an applicant no reason why. And I don't think they could, frankly, because improvements, utilities, facilities, not applicable or relevant for a grading permit. Next slide. The third finding they couldn't make was issuance was not detrimental. The staff report clearly says the proposed grading is subject to conditions of approval, over 5 pages of them that in fact make this permit not detrimental, from hours of hours of operations for construction, from dust mitigation. All the issues that you would see for a grading permit have been satisfied in certain conditions of approval, so it will not in fact be detrimental. And again, we are zoned industrial, bounded by a freeway, self-storage, and the Pacific Railroad for disturbed, undeveloped land. So our little grading project here is not going to be detrimental to anyone in the surrounding area. Again, permit is strictly limited to grading and cut and fills, not detrimental to the surrounding area because it's in accordance with the Verde Area Plan. And finally, the Board of Adjustment, again, did not provide us any examples of how they couldn't make this finding. They just said they couldn't, for the record. Next slide. 2 findings they could make, but just so the record's clear: site suitability. Clearly, the site has already been substantially disturbed. The proposed grading will facilitate future development of industrial uses as allowed. And finally, effect on military installation. There is no effect or detrimental effect on any surrounding military installations. Next slide. One request we do have as far as amending a condition of approval. Condition of approval 1B. As written, you can see on the top of this slide are 2 sentences. The first one says that the actions granted for this use permit are associated with grading only. We absolutely agree. But there was a second sentence added that would tie the approval of this grading permit to a future action by this board for a master plan designation. Those, legally speaking, are apples and oranges. Clearly, if we are zoned industrial, clearly under your county code, with this grading permit, you can go to your table of industrial uses and move forward with any of them, either right to building permit or a special use permit, but would follow that grading table. The fact that that staff is requesting to attach a master plan amendment to this, I think was relevant because they were supposed to be bundled together and come before this body, if not weeks, months ago, but I understand that master plan amendment may come in July, but we don't know, and again, that shouldn't be tied to this project because legally speaking, we're zoned industrial and master plan amendment is not relevant for moving forward with this development. Next slide. And don't take my word for it, but it's clear in your county interpretation. Not very often do I find an interpretation at the county that is exactly what we're doing, interim zoning for properties rolled back from the city's sphere of influence. And what does that say? That you apply the most recent regulatory zone, here industrial. The property owner may establish uses that are allowed within that zoning category prior to putting on a master plan designation, here industrial. So clearly we can move forward with the grading permit and any industrial uses. So I'd respectfully ask that that condition is modified as I mentioned. Next slide. So to summarize, the special use permit is strictly limited to grading. All requisite findings can be made by your staff. The Board of Adjustment based its decision on the potential future possibilities for the site. I would argue the other appellant did the same thing, didn't focus on the impacts of a grading permit. And grading request is consistent with your master plan and Verde Area Plan. Next slide. There's no reason to delay allowing grading to move forward while a master plan designation is under consideration because there's no legal impact for this grading permit on what you do with the master plan. So I'd respectfully ask you to amend condition 1B. There are no needed improvements or utilities at this time. The grading proposal will not create any detrimental visual or impact given the adjacent properties and nearby development. And again, grading does not impact traffic studies. We are required as a condition of approval to bring staff a full traffic study when a project does come forward. Next slide. So I would propose the following motion respectfully, that the Board of County Commissioners reverse the decision of the Board of Adjustment and approve, again, this grading permit. The findings can clearly be made with one exception, that you remove any reference to the master plan amendment process in condition 1B, given it's a separate process. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some questions in regards to that. Mr. Gordon, can you address the parcel directly to, which would be to the southeast of the majority of the it looks like it seems to be owned by Union Pacific Railroad, but is that a commercial building there, sir? If you go back to your map, right there, in that bottom right-hand corner, there's about 3 long buildings. What are those buildings, sir?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, thank you for the question, Commissioner. That is existing mini storage.
Okay, so that's an existing mini storage that has access onto Mogul Road, correct?
Correct.
That's their egress?
Correct.
And then they access I-80 the same way, on and off through that?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Those are all my questions. Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, if I may, I have some comments. After reviewing this appeal process, I want to bring it back to the attention of this board. And historically, we just took the same action on another parcel within your district at the lake in regards to a special use permit for grading, not for a project. Very, very often do our other appointed boards get caught up in a number of the minutia outside of the actual agenda at hand. And reading through the Board of Adjustments meeting minutes from dated April 7th, 2022, the discussion really was not around the grading permit from the members of the Board of Adjustment. It was more around the actual usage of the product or development as a whole. And realistically, as is pointed out, and I can respect the appellant's stance on the challenges if a development were to go through, but right now we're not asking for being asked to place a development. We're not being asked to develop or consider a tentative map. We're not being asked but anything other than a special use permit to allow grading on a piece of property that is sandwiched between a piece of property owned by the state, I-80, or I'm sorry, the federal government, and Union Pacific Railroad. So in my opinion, this falls directly within the ability of this, and I would support the reversal from the Board of Adjustment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? I agree with my fellow commissioner. We are asked to look at a grading permit today, and I don't see how it is detrimental. I don't see how it doesn't meet the requirements for findings. I'd like to hear from the public before we take any action, but I have some concerns that the sphere of influence crawlback is a tough situation. We haven't had time to go and look at the zoning in this area in many years because it's been under the city of Reno. And I wish that the county would have had time to do that work and to do the planning work needed in this area. As the commissioner for this district now, which is a new district for me since we did redistricting, I would like to do some planning work, especially because it's my understanding that we're going to be looking at perhaps doing other sphere of influence rollbacks. The city of Reno has no appetite to develop many of the places, especially in this part of the district, and I feel like they deserve some proper planning, but I don't know if that is on the back of this grading permit today. I see that Commissioner Herman had some comments.
Thank you. Don't seem to be able to get that on. Okay. Yes, it is. I did spend quite a bit of time out there looking at the the property, and access is pretty sketchy. It's a bad exit from the highway heading west, and I know that the reason why anybody would grade would be that they have plans to do more than just grading. So I'm thinking that that maybe going backwards a little bit first and do our planning and find out what we're going to be doing with that part of your district. Now, I think I'm going to be reserving myself to a no vote on this.
Thank you for those comments. I think it's really tough and for us legally to go back and plan. But I hear you. I really wish we could do that. I think that today we know that this is something we need to do in the same way that the commission has made a commitment to do some planning up in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. I think that we need to look at Verdi more closely and see what we can do to update those plans, because I think I hear the community loud and clear and the concerns, and I feel like they have reasons to feel like they've been juggled between different jurisdictions, but now they're in the county, and I feel like we owe it to them to do that work. I just don't know if legally we're in a good position to be doing that at this point. And Commissioner Herman, yes, go ahead.
Microphone.
I thought
there you go.
There, okay. Sorry about that. Anyhow, Mr. Fromhurst and his wife had written this, which I will give to the clerk. And so there were some comments here, personal comments that he would have said, but basically his point was Mogul is a working class neighborhood, and most of them work at this time of day and all that, so they weren't able to come in and speak against this. So the points they were making was that the ramp is short and dangerous, and then you have the railroad and all these things, and it needs more planning, and the property is kind of an uphill kind of property, and the property that belongs to the railroad could be a problem, and that as Commissioner Lucy said, and it is kind of a recreational area rather than, like I say, planning probably needs to be done before this happens, and so I just wanted to bring that up to the attention of the board.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Lucy.
Madam Chair, thank you. Commissioner Herman brings up some very interesting points. However, when you look at Mogul Road, currently being utilized by the mini storage to allow people to get in and out, they do have to, for those that are, and from the comments that I heard today, a majority of the comments were about westbound 80, not about eastbound 80. Eastbound 80 and exit 7 is short and challenging to get on and off of eastbound 80. Now, westbound 80, however, that is utilized by a majority of the community to get on westbound 80 further to the east. Also, there's a church over there, and we also have Station 40 that services from Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. That entire corridor is constrained due to geographical and landscapes that make it challenging. And understanding with Truckee River, however, when you talk about this type of property, and I appreciate the comments here today, especially for the fire road, for the access for Belli Ranch, any improvement along there would be improvement to that Mogul Road that would allow for better access and better fire exit off of for Belli Ranch, in my opinion. Knowing, well, not knowing, but with the understanding that there would be significant improvements to Mogul Road to for anything if they were a future development in addition to the grading. So I still feel very confident that this is the best usage. It is it is recessed down off of and below the elevation of the current highway. You haven't seen, like I said, we're not talking about the development, we're talking about the grading itself. I don't think you'll see the activity from a traffic standpoint with grading or construction on that site during those periods until an actual development and a tentative map is brought forward to this board. So,
And that's my concern, is that today we are tasked with a grading permit. We have to allow for staff to do their job, to do the analysis on this piece of property. For me, I went out and saw the site. I met with the appellant, and I understand the concerns, but I know that our staff, our engineering staff, our planning staff, our park staff are going to take all of this into consideration when they're looking at the final requested project. We also have a master plan amendment that will be coming to this board as well for consideration. But for me, an already disturbed area, I have a hard time not approving a grading permit per the specs that staff has brought forward to us, especially with their recommendation of approval. And I see Commissioner Herman has signed in. Don't apologize.
Yeah, but I've heard a lot of different things about why Reno is sending this property back to us, and part of it was the undevelopability, I didn't do that right yet, but anyhow, of development because of a lot of things that weren't present or wouldn't be present in the near future. And so that's a big question on my mind as well, is why did we get it back?
And I was not at that regional planning hearing, but my understanding also is that Reno didn't have the fire staff and support for this property, which we do in that area. So with that in mind, do I have any other commissioner comments or questions? Let's go to public comment.
Okay. Now that I've already released our first one, Nathan Bader is up first.
Howdy. Thank you for your time. I don't have a whole lot to say. I came here to echo some of the safety concerns that you've been hearing over and over again. There's a lot to think about there. My son is 8, my other son is 9. They both ride their bikes around. We still have to remind them to wear their helmets. Additional construction in the area with the limited capacity of the underpass there, the frequent trips they take down to the river that go right through this same parcel of land. It's all just very concerning, not to mention the fairly disingenuous approach that the development has taken up to this point. It really feels like if you give them an inch that they'll take a mile, and it's going to have a big impact on our community. Thank you.
Next up, we have Kim Toulouse, followed by Liz Gonzalez. Kim, okay, Liz Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. I'm here today. I've been a Mogul resident for over 35 years. I've watched the growth in the area, and as it has progressed, it has certainly gone into the direction of a residential neighborhood. I do have a few written things I would like to mention, but I would first like to address some of the things that have been said. And one of those is, I keep hearing from the representative of the developer that the appearance, it sits down from the freeway, Visually, it won't be a disturbance, but that isn't the primary concern here. The concern is ingress and egress. The focus of the homeowner's discussion is not only what will happen on the parcel, but will happen to the properties which will use the same ingress and egress as the traffic that comes as a result of the grading permit or the future development, which, as Representative Herman mentioned, is, we all know is coming. That's where this is going. So, you know, let's deal with the facts, which are they're not grading this to beautify the neighborhood. They're grading this for future development. We already have a lot of concerns about the traffic in and out of Mogul, and it will just intensify all of those concerns. And I would like to get a little specific about that. One thing I do want to mention, Mogul has been well established as a residential neighborhood by the city of Reno and by Washoe County. Watch my time. With all of the developments that have happened in this area over the last years, 30 years, I would say. My number one concern is safety. And there is a lot of foot traffic that has been promoted by the government offices. Now we have the Reno Tahoe bike path, which goes all throughout Mogul. All of those things have to be considered. You can't just add all this industrial traffic into a residential neighborhood. You have an area, eastbound Interstate 80, where 3 traffic sources meet. You have the on-ramp from I-80, on-ramp coming off the west or eastbound lane. You have traffic under the overpass heading south. And then you have Mogul Road coming, which this would all be this industrial traffic. Then they're all merging onto that eastbound on-ramp. This is going to create such a problem, and I hope you really consider it if you move forward in this direction. I know you look at there could be potential problems with not moving forward, but I think you deserve it to the Mogul residents to look at this closer and give us the consideration of safety.
Next up, we have Barb Fenney, and I do have some handouts to distribute as she comes up.
My name's Barb Fenney. I live in Mogul, and I have since, 32 years. So I know it very intently. I agree with some of you, but a master plan designation has not yet been established by Washoe County since the city of Reno's sphere of influence rollback in 2021. It's in progress. However, master plan designation of industrial is being proposed. Staff report with Courtney Weichke. Why would a special use permit for grading be granted for a project that is requesting a special use permit for major grading in anticipation of future development of a flex space industrial center? That's on page 2 of Courtney's paper. Mogul residents are not kept informed with timely hub neighborhood meetings or Washoe County meetings concerning this development. We should have had a public meeting prior to this meeting today with our developer, who has been extremely non-transparent. We have to dig for information and look through all your paperwork to find out what is going on. And believe me, it's not pretty. Recreation areas are not compatible with heavy industrial traffic. Insufficient railroad crossings, trailheads, blind spots around underpasses, major winter migration of threatened mule deer population down from 11,000 to 1,000 currently. And that property is part of the major migration area. Bulldozing ground that the Nevada Historical Society deems artifacts from Native American Indians, the immigrant, and the Donner Party trails. The Verdi area plan for Mogul clearly states that residents want it to remain rural. We're not Verdi. We are Mogul. And some people here are confusing that. Having an industrial park located within view of a scenic overlook and deemed the Reno Tahoe Gateway defies logic. A gateway is defined as an opening into which a person or ideas may pass. The handout I gave you.
Thank you.
Right. The handout is from the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway. Please read it.
Up next, we have Russell Fromhurst. Russell? Okay, Tom Potts.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Potts. I've been a resident in Mogul for 35 years, and I'm just trying to explain to you how unsafe this area is. I worked as a brakeman for the railroad in Sacramento for 3 years, and I've been on board a train that has hit a truck, and it's like hitting a little rock. That's how much it is. These trains have about 16,000 horsepower. They come around that curve to the crossing at 40 miles an hour. They have 20 seconds to get out of the way of that train after they see it before the train comes through. It's a very dangerous thing. I can't believe that you're just gonna let these guys play with the rocks and stuff and then say they're not gonna do anything. I mean, they should go 10 miles east and go nuts with the rocks. There's nothing out there. This is an important spot where people can really get hurt. You combine the danger of the railroad with the danger of the freeway. The traffic's getting worse and worse. I think I spoke to you before about the Somerset people have no way of getting back to their homes without using our exit and then coming back and going west. That's a problem. That's more and more cars, and of course there's more and more houses going on up there. So if anything else, I would try to think about the safety of the little kids that are out there, the bicyclists, the hikers, even the animals. If you just consider the area, it's quite peaceful, and it'd be a shame to let it go. And I don't know how you could speak of it as your legacy. You'd be happy as you drove by there and said, "Yeah, I did that. Look at that construction zone there. We did that." Or you come out there and say, "Look how peaceful it is out here." I just hope you can think about it. Thank you for your time.
Matthew Potts.
Hello, my name is Matthew Potts. I've lived in Mogul since I was 2 years old. I had my first experience in the Truckee River when I was 3 years old. I probably shouldn't have because of my dad, but yeah, I came out blue. So I've been in Mogul since my whole life. I use that part as recreation. I serve as a motorcycle safety instructor, just taught a class this weekend in Carson City. Main factors of serious accidents are changes in speed, fast cars going with slow cars, very highly dangerous on-ramp. I have an old truck and it barely gets up to speed. Even old motorcycles have a hard time getting up to speed. Small trucks, trailers are going to be a very big detriment to the safety of people there. Also, after they grade the area, he's not being very transparent about what he's going to do with the area. And if he was going to grade it, put a drinking fountain and a park bench, maybe we'd agree with him. But you can really tell by his voice, he's a little bit frustrated. we're here because the race has already been won. We've talked to countless boards, and every single time they say it's a bad idea. If this was a good idea, honestly, it would have already been done. It would have completely been done. But he's had to go through multiple loops, change from the city to the county, and there's a reason he's doing this. And as residents, we don't really want anything but just peace and a nice environment for our kids to play in. I have a little 2-year-old, and she enjoys going down, seeing the trains. She enjoys going down to the river. So I just feel that we really need to consider the safety of people involved. And I don't think this is a good idea for that plot of land. So thank you guys very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Chris Engstrom.
Hello again. My name is Chris Engstrom, and I did come back this afternoon because I wanted to hear what was said. With all due respect, Bob Lucy, you say this is about just the grading, and yet you seem to be defending it. So I think we need to if it's just about grading, then the comments were inappropriate about the storage unit and the road and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, it may be legal, according to lawyer, but it seems a little fishy for Blake to be here not even owning the land. And does that mean that he won't buy it if you stick with your no? Is he threatening legal action? Seems to be a long-term plan to wear us down. The commercial residential zoning would be what would be needed here if this is a residential area only, as stated. Traffic problems are not just for Mogul, but all who use I-80. And I know it's in the future, but even traffic problems with the grading could be considered. I don't appreciate the behavior of S3 lawyer trying to intimidate Emanuela and the MNA. And clearly they have a plan in place with this grading and master plan and the money-talking lawyer to try and influence you with fears of legal action. Blake has a bad reputation for grading as the first step, and again, why are we moving dirt? This system of being legal to move the dirt before a project is approved is exactly what's wrong with the system. Why should we trust S3? We see Somerset every day from Mogul when we weren't supposed to. The traffic of the future project will impede access to the river. Yes, it's just Mogul Road, but it's going to be traffic. And yes, your project doesn't line up to the river, but the traffic will. And the county is paying for these parks to be done, and then it's going to become an unsafe place. It's not yet zoned industrial, and why does that need to be ignored at this time? It's a huge part of this. And plus, you keep saying that I don't know what you mean by it's already disturbed land. If you mean disturbed by the Native Americans and the petroglyphs that are going to be graded over, because it's historical land, and just the grading is part of the problem here, because this land shouldn't be developed like they want to do. So I understand that you feel like you're in a legal bind, that you have to let them grade, but do you? Do you really have to let them grade when it's not an approved project? He doesn't own the land. It baffles my mind that these legal big talking teams, people would be able to get that passed through and things changed.
Catherine Snedeker.
For the record, Catherine Snedeker, non-resident, non-person, unenfranchised natural woman. I want the details of this in the public record under NRS 241.035D. We just want a permit for grading. That's all we're gonna do is grading. After all, the land is disturbed. Can you imagine Mother Nature disturbing land? Can you imagine a train making the land jittery? Now it's disturbed. Do we send it to a psychiatrist? It's disturbed. You people are out of your minds. We know you have a plan all ready to fit right in that master plan. As soon as they can just grade the property, big development going to go in. Or it wouldn't be coming under the master plan, it'd be coming under a variance. So, was this a pay to play? Was this another one of your pay to play things so you're obligated to the developer? Because, I mean, he's already greased your palm. No, it happens all the time, you even admit it. And that's what this is. This is pay to play. Screw the people that live in a nice area, who work very hard to have nice homes in a peaceful area so that you can come in, because the developers want this again, and say, no, people, you don't get to have peace and quiet. This developer over here, he's awesome. He's going to get to do what he wants to do. If it inconveniences you, you know you can move. I mean, really, what the hell is wrong with all of you? You don't give a rat's ass about any of the citizens here, because right now you're acting in your corporate capacity, and to hell with the men and women in their private capacity that you're supposed to be protecting from exactly the things that have been said here today about how dangerous this area is to do what the developer wants. But he's only going to be grading, nothing else, until after the grading's done. Nobody just goes and grades a property for future development by somebody else down the road, and you know it. And if you think we don't know it, then you have a malady that needs to be checked out. It's time you did your job. You have a fiduciary obligation to the people to put us before yourselves. And you're not doing that. You're putting you and the developer together for yourselves. Payment's coming.
Reagan Hartzell.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Reagan Hartzell. I'm a Mogul resident for over 34 years. I'm also a Washoe County School District teacher for 25 years. Mogul has been well established as a residential area by the City of Reno and Washoe County. And this has been indicated by the approval of numerous housing developments in Mogul, as well as Del Webb, West Meadows, Argos, and the recent approval of Stan Mortensen, with over 1,000 homes west of Belli Ranch. So to approve a development contrary to the best interest of the community already established by already established city and county officials seems to me to be reckless and contradictory. My number one concern is for the safety of all who live in Mogul, along with their family and friends who travel through the area, and those who like to travel through Mogul by car, bike, or foot to get down to the river and to enjoy all the wonderful recreational opportunities we have there. As spoken before, we also have the Reno Tahoe Bike Path, which runs through our side of Mogul, the north side, but also people ride their bikes where this development is being proposed to be. My other concern, of course, is the I-80 ramps that have been spoken about quite a bit today. The westbound ramp is somewhat adequate right now for current traffic, but looking at a study would show that it would not be adequate for industrial traffic, which would come from a development which is going to be having warehouses and such. It would be merging into residential traffic that's already there and many of the new residential developments west of Mogul. Traffic going eastbound and within Mogul, where we have three sources of traffic onto the Mogul I-80 ramp, are going under the underpass and the off-ramp exit and those approaching from Mogul Road right now. So you have the houses on the north side, the houses on the south side, and then, of course, any traffic coming from this new development, all going on to I-80. We also have many bicycle runners and walkers, as I said, and if you're throwing in industrial traffic, we're looking for problems. And I would like to mention, as a father is here, and I know that one of the speakers has said about her children, there are children going to bus stops in the morning under the overpass, waiting in places where now you would have increased industrial traffic, and it really worries me that those children are going to be at risk. Thank you very much for your time.
Madam Chair, that's all the speakers we have in chambers, but I do have 30 emails that were received in opposition through the 311.
Thank
That will
you.
be placed on the record.
Thank you. Do we have any additional board comments or questions? I do have a question for our DA about the request by the applicant on the condition change. Could you give us some clarification on why we would condition that and what the applicant's argument is on that?
Sure. At the very least, I think the board needs to address it in whatever motion gets made, whether, especially if it's to approve, then I think you would say either you include their requested modification or you deny their requested modification. Mr. Garrett can hop up to the podium real quick. If I get this wrong, I think it's condition 1B, which is a staff condition that states that the special use permit here shall not be in effect until and after the master plan amendment land use designation has been established. And as we've heard already, that is in process and is not completed at this time. So I'm going to make your job even harder in about 2 seconds. I think it's a discretionary call for you as the Board of County Commissioners here, whether you think the grading they are applying for can be done consistently with the overall master plan in the county, and that takes into account the things that are already there, like other uses and nearby facilities and all those kinds of things, or whether you think in order for it to be consistent with the overall master plan, there needs to be a specific master plan land use designation on the property, which is what is pending right now. So I think it's a discretionary call for the county commission, and I think staff actually may have some additional input. I'm kind of volunteering them at this point, and I see them smiling back at me right now, affectionately, I'm sure. But they crafted the condition, and I think that was sort of an attempt at a middle ground due to the fact that the master plan application is in process right now, but not yet completed. And for anybody that does a lot of planning stuff, this is like a geek out moment, you know, because it's like SOI and then a rollback, and then there's no master plan, but there is a zoning and there's a historical use, and it's just got all kinds of really interesting stuff. And I don't know which of the two who I see in the audience would like to, who might be able to potentially speak on that, but I think that might be important for your consideration as well.
Thank you. Do y'all want to tackle that, one of you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Trevor Lloyd with Planning and Building. And yeah, I think as DA Edwards eloquently pointed out, it is to your discretion whether or not you wish to agree with this condition to require the imposition of the master plan, adoption of the master plan industrial designation. However, keep in mind that the current zoning on the property is industrial. And as such, we are, as the planning department would take in an application, we would look at any use under the table of uses, Article 302, as an appropriate and legal use based on that zoning designation. However, it's a discretionary action before you today, so you have the discretion to require a condition that the applicant must wait until after a master plan amendment is adopted before the county can issue a grading permit or not. So again, it's the decision will be yours.
Thank you. Commissioner Lucy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lloyd, can I have you up, please, again, one more time? Bearing that if the commission were to move forward today and remove condition 1B from the application, if and when the master plan amendment is completed and conducted, and the applicant comes back, if they would choose to rezone that, choose to any usable use, they will have to go through the process of full analysis outside of just the grading permit, correct? For any future in and above the grading, correct?
There is a robust review process. However, please keep in mind that most of the industrial uses within an industrial zone are allowed by right. So it wouldn't necessarily require coming back before the Planning Commission, the Board of Adjustment, or this commission.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, if you don't mind, if there are no other further comments or discussions, I'm prepared to make a motion in regards to this issue.
Yes, would love to hear the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I would move to reverse the decision of the Board of Adjustment and approve the special use permit number SUP 22-006, Reno Tahoe Gateway. The reversal is based upon the board's ability to make the findings required by WC Section 110.810.30 findings. There is no detriment on any of the findings 1, 2, or 4 from this, and I would request that the amendment of 1B be removed from the application to allow for grading to commence and a grading permit to be issued.
I'll second for discussion. Any discussion by other commissioners? I am divided on the condition change because I think that ideally the master plan would have gone to us today and we would have looked at both the SUP and the master plan together today. That didn't happen. The Board of County Commissioners is going to be reviewing that hopefully in July 3rd. Yes. 12th, July 12th. So that's coming up very soon. So I don't know if we necessarily need to make that change to the condition for that reason.
Okay.
Okay. Are you open to that change?
I think that I think they're so close in timing that it doesn't. I don't think one is going to inhibit the other. Honestly.
Okay. Great.
Madam. But I would stay consistent with my motion if you choose to take back your second. What?
Could you modify it?
All right, I will modify it. I will modify that we would take off the amendment, the removal of the amendment for consideration.
Thank you. All right. Second still stands. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll go on to the next item, item number 23.
Item 23 is a public hearing and possible action to, number one, consider a report of each property delinquent in its utility charges and the amount of each property's delinquency, along with any objections to the report. And number two, after considering the report and any objections to it, determine whether to adopt the report, and correspondingly adopt Resolution 22-060 to collect certain delinquent utility charges on the tax roll.
Okay. Do we have any comments or questions by the board?
No.
Okay. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is none.
Okay. Would we like to entertain a motion?
Madam Chair, so moved.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Unanimous. Next up, item number 24.
We've done 24. I
Oh,
believe.
excuse me, 25. Thank you.
25 will be read by Madam Clerk.
This is an ordinance number 1688. An ordinance amending ordinance number 1000 in order to change the boundaries of District Number 24 groundwater remediation and provide other matters relating thereto. It was formerly Bill number 1878. There are actually two ordinances to this reading, so this will be the first of the two.
Okay. I do not have any questions. Does any board member have any questions? Seeing none, would anyone like to entertain a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would make the motion, move to approve ordinance number 1688, formerly Bill, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, what was it? Bill number?
Ordinance number 1688.
Bill number was?
1878.
1878, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. So move to adopt the ordinance number 1688 to change boundaries of District Number 24 groundwater remediation and adopt an ordinance imposing a fee on the parcels of land in Washoe County District Number 24 groundwater remediation and pay the cost of the developing and carrying out the plan for remediation.
This largely affects my district. Thank you.
Great.
All the dry cleaners.
Any public comment on this item?
There is none.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, unanimous approval of that item, number 25. Now on to number 26.
Actually, there's another ordinance in
25.
And 25.
Part B.
The second part of this will be ordinance number 1689, an ordinance imposing a fee on the parcels of land in Washoe County, Nevada, District Number 24, groundwater remediation, to pay the cost of developing and carrying out a plan for remediation and prescribing other matters related thereto, formerly Bill number 1879.
All right.
Any questions by the board? Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is none.
Okay. Can we entertain a motion?
Madam Chair, moved to approve ordinance number 1689.
Okay. Do I see a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries unanimously.
I'll note for the record that Commissioner Jung is out
Thank
of
you.
the room.
Now on to item 26.
Yes. She asked, and there was none.
Okay, Madam Clerk, 26.
Hang on one second. This was... Okay, item number 26 will be ordinance number 1690. An ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 5, Administration and Personnel by revising provisions to clarify the duties of the county manager and chief information officer, and amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 15, County Finances and Purchasing by repealing redundant provisions, adding section levying a $25 handling charge for payments denied by a bank, and revising provisions related to definitions pertaining to accounting systems and policies, the basis of accounting for various fund types, the creation and abolishment of county funds, definitions pertaining to property control requirements, policies and procedures related to donations of property, cash contributions, and grant funding, procedures for lost or abandoned property, procedures for receiving cash and negotiable instruments, the collections division, procedures for establishing new accounts, the composition of the investment committee, the time period between reviews of rates charged by the county for its various services, overpayments to the county and refunds, removing references to the Department of Finance and updating provisions to reflect the centralized financial operations of Washoe County, removing references to the Director of Finance and creating the position of Chief Financial Officer, the powers and duties of the Comptroller, the position of Budget Manager, the powers and duties of the Purchasing and Contracts Manager, including increasing the limit for purchasing supplies, materials, equipment, and contractual services from $100,000 or less to $300,000 or less, and the Washoe County Bond Bank Ordinance. It was formerly Bill number 1880.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Any questions by the board, comments? Seeing none, does anyone want to entertain a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
All right. Get through this.
Thank you,
All
Commissioner
right,
Lucy.
I move to adopt ordinance 1690 as drafted and listed in the staff report and provided to us by the clerk.
Second.
Great. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries unanimously. Okay. Now, we're going back to
Public comment?
public comment.
All right, item 27 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Any public comment?
Looks like most of everybody left, but Cliff Nellis. Okay, looks like he's gone. Vance Rushing.
Is it too late to have the previous comment put on the record? My earlier comments?
I
Okay,
don't think so.
okay. Please do it if you can. And have this one on the record too. I watched people come up here and rake you over the coals for what amounts to dereliction of duty. It can be summed up in one word: neighbor. Neighbor. You folks are my neighbor. I don't care if you live down in Galena or Caribou, Maine. The minute you forget that word, things just go downhill. You're sitting there, you're still my neighbor. You got to think about your neighbors. Okay? What I read to you this morning was a Supreme Court case, and if you want to look it up, it's New York Times Companies versus Sullivan, 376 U.S. 254. It took me 5 hours once I heard one Simon Campbell, who took on the Pennsylvania School Board, cited. I went hunting for it, and it took me 5 hours just to find this little piece on that one, and I was on one website the whole time. It is a warning. I suggest you heed the warning. What is proposed in Agenda 18, item 18, is essentially a breach of Article 1, Section 9 of the Nevada State Constitution and the First Amendment and the Bill of Rights. Again, I did 20 years in the United States Navy. Everything that when you go and propose something that is definitely a violation of either the state or the federal Constitution, you are implementing and acting on an ideology that died out in the 1990s and was put down like a rabid dog in the 1940s. It's called communism, and it's called Nazism or fascism. And it's in any form of tyranny. Knock off the tyranny, please.
George Lee, looks like he's gone. Barb Fenn is gone. Catherine Snedeker.
For the record, Catherine Snedeker, non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised natural woman. I'm not a natural person as the state has defined by law either, because if the state defines it, the state controls it. And you have to declare what your status is so you're not controlled by the state or you guys. I'd like to see, I'm demanding, and this is a formal request, I want to see the administrative procedures used to create number 18. I have never before heard of a company that will supply a legal fund for its employees in case a customer gets mad at them for something. If there isn't evidence, this is bogus. The whole thing is bogus anyway. Clearly, the district attorney's civil division won't take it over, and clearly it's not a crime, so the criminal division is not taking over. So you took it amongst yourselves to decide, well, we have to set up a fund for hurt feelings. Somebody did something I didn't like and my feelings are hurt, and I'm going to sue them. Better have evidence. Tangible, documented evidence. Not, well, that's how I felt. That's how I perceived it. That's not evidence. That's nothing. And these sheriff's deputies, I hope a bunch of that fucking money you gave them goes to training on being professional. Because they were anything but professional at my house on my private property. Walked 30 feet away from where the body was to come over and tell me I'm impeding with her investigation. And ordered me back into my house. Clearly, I didn't follow her orders, and I knew that was very dangerous for me. But I'll be damned if some sheriff who sits there and says, well, you're on the call. You have to give your birthday. No, I'm not on the call. I made the call. And I regretted it every second after I dialed. You better do something about these people. Back the blue till it happens to you. That's the saying.
Madam Chair, I have nobody else signed in.
Thank you. Next up, Commissioner and County Manager announcements.
Item 28 is Commissioner and County Manager's announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas. I have nothing, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do any other board members?
I do.
Okay, yes.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Madam
Dunn.
Chairwoman, and thank you for running a great meeting. I think this is the first I've sat through with you running it, and I think you did a fabulous job in the face of a lot of stuff going on today, including this commissioner getting cranky because she's running out of gas. The announcement I have, which I think will make everybody happy, I'm going to challenge all these commissioners because you're getting your big bucks July 1st in your discretion funds. Alexandra Wilson, who I believe is a superstar, honest. I would hire her as my personal assistant if I had any money. I don't. She got the approval from NV Energy. We can paint the utility boxes. So we can have art projects in all of your districts, and they do not require any sort of permission other than what I've received through Alexandra prodding them. And I think this is a great use of some of your discretionary funds. I'll send you the data via the manager so I don't break open meeting law, but art in public spaces is one of the most powerful ways in which to improve quality of life and neighborness and pride of place. So since the canvases are already there, I hope you'll join me in giving some money for your districts. And if you don't want to do any of the sloshing around and trying to get this done, I'll do it for you. I'll work with staff. You can identify where you want it to get done. Give us a little money, and we'll get out there and get this done for you. I want that done before I leave in January because that's, I fund a lot of arts projects, and I'm not an artist, the farthest thing from an artist, but I do it because of the data and how much people really enjoy it and how much I get back from people when I do a mural. So I just wanted to announce that to everyone. I hope you're proud of it as a commission. I hope you're proud of it as a citizen. And if you have some great ideas, talk to your commissioner or call me, and we'll get you on our list. And I promise you, District 3 is going to be on and popping. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner Jung. All right. No one else? Then I will close our meeting. Thank you, everyone, for your time today.